What's going on? Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are today. Welcome in on a Friday evening. A little later than usual. I do apologize for that, but you know what? So I try to get here on time. Good to have you guys in here. So adorable. Hello, my love. Hello, Pookie. Hello, my dear. Aaron Brinkerhoff, welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you in here today. And Astro Jav, wonderful to have you in with us. Lars, good to see you. Please move back to a nicer time zone. I know. It's, I would say even if I had a solar telescope right now. Oh, hey! Orion!
Every star will die, including our own sun, and eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation.
Oh my god.
Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe.
Holy potatoes!
Just a fraction of the degree.
Well.
Absolute zero.
Hi, Jay. Have you been a good boy, Jay?
TGIF, am I right?
Well, good evening. There we go. Thank you. Excuse me. Orion, how are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 7 months. My goodness. Much appreciated. Is there solar activity? There would be if we had... Oh, wait. This is where I would have my outdoor cam if I turned it on. Everything's doing fairly well. Here, let me get this... let me get that camera fired up, because... I need to show you the wonders. The wonders of outside. How wonderful is the weather? Why, it is absolutely terrible. Everything is well. Everything's good over here. Things are good over here, except for the fact that we just have all these clouds, all this terrible weather, and the telescope is still... Yeah, it's been a mixture of rain and snow. It has been... Like right now we're at sub-zero temperatures, so you can see in the lower right corner, there is a little ice rink that we're starting to build. However, it rained, it snows, it's raining. It's like Monday is going to be 10 degrees. This is ridiculous weather. Yes, this is a perfect example of astronomy. Will there be a Sunday stream? Lars, there will be. There will be a Sunday stream. We will have our table adorned with Lego pieces. Now what that set is, gonna wait till Sunday to reveal that to you guys. Sunday we'll reveal what our set is going to be. And I also have something different. I don't know if it'll take off, if anything will happen with it, but Sunday I'm going to introduce something a little different to the Lego build. And it's kind of coming off the heels. Like a few things were going on in my head during the last stream. I think, what else can we do here? Let's add a little bit of something, a little je ne sais quoi. That's French for I don't know what. I'll get back to you on that one. So you finally had time to take your ASI Air Pro Plus out of the shipping box. How'd that go? Yes, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for all the Lego sets that we do have to build. The other week we did actually we hit another goal. We did reveal that we had this little set. This isn't Sunday's set, but I was happy to get this one, and it works out very well for everything that we're doing with photography and astrophotography. And well, I mean, I guess this is kind of like theoretical. This is theoretical astrophotography because we haven't had any images come through in like 3 weeks now, which is... We're at Orion. We're in our Orion season right now. Trying to fit everything on now with the scope with the new computer. Is everything's working out all right there? Because I gotta say, for everything that was for the setups some people had, I hopefully see you Sunday. You really need to sleep. No worries, Lars. I appreciate you popping on in. I appreciate you saying hello. Always good to have you in here. Always
By
wonderful to
the
have you.
power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
The new one clicked right now. Hey, you're a visual astronomer. You got a 10-inch Dob. Excellent. What do you like? What has been your? Actually, what was the first thing you looked at? What was the first thing you looked through with your Dob? Yes, welcome in. Good to have you here. Oh, holy potatoes. I gotta say, for visual astronomy, planets are way better. Planets are way better than if you're doing if you're photographing them. It's nice. It just seems that much more crisp and clear. Hopefully, when the clouds are going to clear out, we'll actually run this a little more. I've brought most of my gear in. Actually, it's been yesterday we had 80-mile-an-hour wind, 80 kilometer. Oh my goodness, 80 kilometer an hour wind gusts. So I did bring in a little bit of the telescope equipment, but it's still out there. I think they're changing things up there. I was the legendary goat shepherd tonight. I'm doing well, Beetle Rock. Good to see you in here. It was like looking out of a spaceship window approaching Saturn. It's a beautiful view. I did get to see Saturn with one of my older telescopes, and although it was very tiny, it was still incredibly remarkable. That you could still see the rings. You could see the Cassini division, even as small as it was. I even had 3 times Barlow plunked in there. But it was amazing looking at the planets. Saturn and Mars have been the only two I've actually looked at through a telescope. I had a fleeting glimpse of Jupiter through someone else's Dob a few years back. But it was just one of those, we had clouds that were intermittent clouds the whole night. It was at a star party, and we were just kind of hoping to get some kind of view. So it was kind of a little bit of in and out there. But I think it's, you got a big enough telescope that you're going to, even with looking at certain nebulae, you're going to see a nice gray smudgy with your eyes. It really does give you a surreal feeling when you see Saturn in real life. It kind of puts you in a different place, as knowing that you're looking at another planet, thousands, millions of kilometers away. It's crazy. So yeah, to be able to take a look at those objects, even like looking at Jupiter through the telescope here on stream for the first time, that was incredible as well. Just because I hadn't seen Jupiter, and to be able to shoot the planets that we've only been able to image Mars for the most part. So yeah, to be able to see Saturn and Jupiter early on in the year, it was very, very fortunate we were able to see that. Have you by any chance tested the Wi-Fi range of the ASI Air? I have not yet, actually. It's I haven't had a great deal of time with it, unfortunately. It's been mainly keeping this with the Wi-Fi connection. No, that's not it. Just because I'd be too far away from my network to pick it up. Pardon me, when we're doing our streams. Jupiter's your favorite to look at so far. The moons, it's there are very few things. Like if you're looking for nebulae with the telescope, sometimes it can be very, unless you're looking at the Orion Nebula or maybe the Carina Nebula, a lot of the brighter targets, almost everything is going to be fairly underwhelming, which is why you need the cameras. But yeah, to look at the planets and and have such a clear view of them, and the size of Jupiter really, really stands out when you find it. I'm loving it. You have a few 82-degree eyepieces from me. They open up galaxies and universe up. Whirlpool Galaxy from Sierra is one of your favorites. That's cool. That's I do want to have because where we're living now, it's the only light that we're seeing actually is if we turned off the kitchen light and the light down in the living room, it would be completely dark out there. We are in a Bortle 3 site. For kilometers around, there aren't any massive light sources. So when I walk outside, I don't even have to be dark. My eyes don't have to be dark adapted, and I'm starting to see the band of the Milky Way. And to get a telescope that's going to give me a nice wide field of view, or at least have a nice large aperture, I want to be able to get, I do want to pick up a Dob, minimum a 10-inch Dob, because I think there's a lot of targets out there that living in the city wouldn't be able to see that, wouldn't be able to see all those targets. So just to open up the sky that much more, like I've toured around with some binoculars. It's a good view. It's also great because it's still a wide enough field of view that it's not shaky enough when you're looking around with the binoculars. You've only been able to get the eagle head in Orion, but man, that is something. Like you just looking at Orion. That's been the Orion Nebula. It was like the first target that I really imaged, unless you don't want to count the moon. But no, it was amazing, and it's a fantastic target for everything, for visual astronomy, beginner astrophotography, experts. There's always something more that people can pick out of it. It's a very versatile target. You can see color in nebulae with large-ish Dobs. That's because you're at least getting more light. There's, as crummy as our meat cameras can be, when you can amplify things with a Dob, then you can start to get a little bit of images, a little bit extra processing power from it. How's it going tonight, Samsung? Good to see you in here. Happy effing Friday to you. Seeing Betelgeuse as a kid made me the nerd I am today. I gotta say, for me overall, it was the Orion constellation, and living in the city, I really only thought that Orion was Betelgeuse, the 3 stars in the belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka, and Rigel. I thought it was those 5 stars. That's what I always associated, because that was like one of the easiest targets to pick in the night sky, aside from the asterism of the Big Dipper. But yeah, just to be able to learn more about those targets, it's just, there's so much out there, and everybody has like their favorite star, their favorite areas of the night sky. You're loving Orion so much, it's very hard to not love that area. And even if it's not even your favorite, even if you favor some other targets, you notice that the whole Orion, the Hunter, just dominates the night sky in the winter. It just sits there. It is such a massive presence in the night sky. Oh, you're well, thank you. Good, glad to have you in here. You've seen Orion through some 18-inch obsession Dobs. You can see the greens. See, that's the other thing. Our eyes are really good at picking up green, and there isn't a great deal of green out there. It's kind of like everything kind of shifts towards the end of the blue or the red spectrum, and everything in between is almost more just a light pollution, with some faint little bits that are going to give you like the kind of some true color with the stars if you're imaging. But it is amazing to see some of those targets. And I know that some people, if you're looking through the telescope, if you're looking at a target like the images of the nebulae, that's not nebula, that's the moon. If you're looking at for nebulae, sometimes it can be a little underwhelming. The moon's always a great target to look at because it is nice and bright. Pretty much every telescope is going to give you some fantastic views. And I gotta say, as much as I complain about the moon when it's out, I miss it right now. I miss not being able to even just look at the moon. You're about an hour from your site in the Sierra at 2,000 meters. Aaron, that's got to be you. You're sitting nice high above some clouds there. That's awesome. You need a filter. I need a filter too. I was looking at the Altair Astro back in the UK. They had I don't know if it was a sale, but just a notification for the Bader UV IR cut filters. They're on for like 53 quid. So that's about, like maybe 75, 80 bucks Canadian. Definitely a love-hate with the moon. It is. But it's one of those targets we see. It's like the easiest thing that we see in the night sky. We look at it every night when we're not in like a new moon or anything like that. And you kind of almost take it for granted sometimes, which is, you don't want to be doing that with the moon. However, it is that love-hate relationship. Unless your passion is shooting the moon, and there are a great deal of people who do a fantastic job of like gorgeous images of the moon. I think one of my favorite shots as of late has been Andrew McCarthy's image of the moon, where it is just the composite of all the Terminators. It's the goat moon. I mean, it has to be for us. If there was any other moon. It's so bright you don't dare put your eye in front of the piece. I mean, it is like you can project the moon. Like you can take your whole eyepiece out of the telescope, and you can pretty much just project the moon on a piece of paper. And if you're even trying to do like draw some illustrations, you also want to trace the moon. That's like a really good way to do it there. If you get an IR cut, you may want to look into get the correct size, but also to use your cork if and when you get one. See, I'm still looking into the Daystar quark, and it is. On one hand, it's like, okay, go that really not cheap, but that very entry level solar scope where it is about maybe $1,300, or kind of wait for the budget to be saved up for a LUNT, a proper hydrogen alpha telescope. You're a decent watercolor artist, and you never tried planets or moons. Honestly, you wouldn't compromise with a quark. You would say get the right stuff, right? And I agree on that. And I've said it before. It's like you kind of want to future-proof a lot of the tech that you're getting. So, yeah, and not so much to cheap out and just for the sake of just having it, right? Like I would love to be like right now. I gotta say, there's been no chance for any solar astro imaging at all. So even that would have ended up being an investment that I would feel right now if I did purchase that. There would have been very few times when I would have been successful using it. Your passion is seeing deep space objects, especially galaxies. The amount of time it takes for the photons of light to travel from the whirlpool is millions of years. You're looking millions of years into the past, the only time machine we really have. And one of my favorite galaxies that we have imaged. Now, the one thing I don't like about the ASI Air, the original version at least, I couldn't label the images. So in here somewhere is a galaxy that is 65 million light years away. So seeing the light from that galaxy when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. It's things like that is absolutely incredible. That time machine. And also being able to mark those years with something significant that we can kind of start to put at least a better time frame on things, like with the Crab Nebula. I love this target so much. It has been photographed millions of times, easily. And what is incredible about this is it has been documented in human time in 1054 AD. And this thing has been, this supernova remnant has been evolving over thousands of years. And it occurred 6,400 years prior to 1054 AD. So only then did we see the light from this. So yeah, in terms of shooting the sun during the day, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be a problem. I gotta say, with the ASI Air Plus, like I said, I haven't had a chance to do the Wi-Fi range on this one to try that out yet, because I've had it out about 5 times. I've had like 5 clear nights. So I probably had this out like 3 times, and I was running the original ASI Air. Was it Lux that posted a 10-year time lapse of how it's continued to evolve? I found it was. I shared that as often as possible. I'm going to share it again, because here's a single. I'm going to say this has got to be a 10-minute exposure of the Crab Nebula. Now I'm looking forward to shooting the Crab Nebula again, and doing the live stacking with the ASI Air Plus, because as far as I'm concerned, that is like exactly what I wanted to do on stream, especially with the ASI Air kit, because the portability of everything. Like, yes, I'm sitting here in my office, I'm sitting here in my room, and using a device for astrophotography that's kind of meant to be used outside, you know? So yeah, to be able to get that and take images like this, I think I'm counting myself incredibly fortunate to be able to do this, and stacking these images up is, you know, just why like take a single shot like this. You're risking so many different variables that can muck up your image. That is just that you can eliminate almost easily by doing some shorter live stacked images. So this one here, the Crab Nebula, it was also imaged and documented by Detlef Hartmann, and this is a 10-year time lapse. So starting from 2008 to 2018. Now I'd be interested to see if Detlef has added more over the since 2018. But you can see when you look at these targets over a 10-year span that there is movement. Now it's maybe a little bit of movement, but this is hundreds of millions of kilometers that this is expanded for the Crab Nebula. So that is so incredible. That is like, here's the link for it. That's the full resolution view. Share that around to your friends. And if they say, oh, nothing ever moves out in space, here's an example. Here's some dedication from one astrophotographer to put the time in on one single target, and also the consistency of all the processing as well, and just the positioning of it. Like you can see so much. How much? I got to be able to zoom in on this even farther. Can we? No. Doesn't want to zoom in anymore. But yeah, that's I find this is like almost, I gotta say, for me, for everything that what we talk about, and for the immediacy of some things, this has got to be like one of like the top 5 most important images for astrophotography. You can feel the effort and hours put into this, and that's the other thing. It's like, I know there's a lot of people who do astrophotography, and then there's a lot of people who enjoy astrophotography that just see that end product, and they you know, you can appreciate the pretty picture, the time taken to process it, but it's everything else that kind of goes in between. The nights where nothing goes right, when clouds roll in, when your forecast is promised to be clear. Honestly, the true dedication is continuing to use the same gear for 10 years. Exactly. I've been doing this for 4.5 years, almost, I guess, coming up on 5 years in kind of like May-ish. And I've changed so much gear already. You know, I've gone through 2 cameras now. This is the 3rd telescope that I'm on. And I know there's other people who have run the gamut of other scopes and cameras much quicker, but you know, it's everybody's gonna be a little different. But yeah, it's like I said, this has got to be like one of like the top 5 most important images in astrophotography. And I'd be interested to see if he's done more work, if he's added more time to this. And one thing I also like to look at in the background is to see, is there any movement, any parallax movement of the stars, depending on when he was. Obviously, he'd be shooting them at pretty much at the same time each year, so you're not really going to notice that. But just to see if there's any kind of movement in the background stars. Not buying new gear, that explains the clear skies. Well, I gotta say, I haven't bought any. I haven't really bought much new gear. Like, this is like the newest piece of kit that we have, and I figure that the an IR cut filter is going to be the next purchase, just so we can do some. Because I don't have a monochrome camera, I wouldn't be using it as a luminance, but to get that pure color, the pure star color, with especially with the Christmas tree cluster, because that's one target that it needs a little more time. You can put a little more time into that. So I thought hard and long about getting into astrophotography. Decided that in the end that I get the most joy from seeing objects with my eye through the eyepiece, but I have the utmost respect for astrophotography. And I might sometimes jokingly mock visual astronomers, but I mean, they're like, for looking at planets, it's the it's what I think is what you kind of get the most out of with visual astronomy. Sup, Third Rock? I brought home a new setup back in May. It was a massive enough setup, and we got biblical rains in Vancouver. Samshung, how are you doing out there? Hopefully everything is all right in your area, because I know that people have been having a hard go of it. I would wonder, would you almost kind of hope that it was just rain out there? Now, where's the Christmas tree cluster? Which I have not done any more processing on this as of late. I think at some point, we've all impacted the weather in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, to get the talking back about getting a UV IR cut filter so we can actually add more time. I have not had any clear skies since we got this target, since we had added the 10th hour onto this. So I want to wait for, well, not wait, I just want to have just even like maybe 4 hours of clear skies. But yeah, back into like visual astronomy, it's even that, like, it's you're getting like totally different gear if you're into visual astronomy, and I would dare say that a lot of the prices for offsetting the components that you would buy are comparable. Like, you get some of the impressive eyepieces that have fantastic glass in them, and you get some like super wide angle views, and that costs about as much as a camera can. So yeah, I get the fact that there's almost no easy trade-off for astronomy. You want to get into astrophotography, but you heard it's not easy, and it's better to get familiar with the sky first. Sometimes if you're, I kind of knew what I wanted to do like right off the bat, and not to a fault. Actually, I'm going to say it was a benefit in the long run. I purchased a telescope that was almost better for visual, but also I was able to learn the night sky alongside it. So it was a go-to alt-az mount. It was the Celestron Nexstar 127 SLT, which is a star locating telescope. And you know, it was great for knowing where the targets were pointed, where the telescope was looking, and just kind of get familiar with everything in the night sky. But yes, ultimately I knew I wanted to do more astrophotography, because my first shot at the moon, I wanted more people to see it. I wanted to share it with more people. So it kind of depends on how much you want to have underpants with holes in them, how much you want to recycle your socks, and just second guess every single purchase, thinking I could go towards some astrophotography gear. You just got a Skywatcher 8-inch Dob. A 14 would be so cool. And that's what I'm thinking. Like, one of our imaging telescopes is 8 inches. Okay, I was thinking about this earlier. I'm gonna touch on this for a quick second. How's it going, Kazawari? Good to see you. How often do people pop into streams at that correct time, when there is something being said that is almost out of context, but there's some if you think back to what, okay, talking about underpants with holes in it. You usually get that if you don't buy new underpants. So if you don't buy new underpants, you're clearly buying new telescopes. There you go. I spent the last 7 years learning the night sky with your manual dog ready to push a button. And that's good. Like I went from the go-to telescope back to a manual system with a Star Adventurer, where the only automatic thing was the right ascension. So I still had to manually pick my targets. And I think even doing something like that was beneficial because you could still learn the night sky, but then you could still do your long exposures and get the cool images that you want to get. So there's almost no right way to go about it, but I'm always happy to share how I kind of got into things. You always seem to come in at that right time. Yes, and hello. You're here for a while just to watch. Oh, whoa, miss watching everyone. We miss seeing you as well, Kazuari. It was fantastic seeing Jay Tenko streaming, who we just saw a little earlier with our TGIF redeem, as he's been away from Twitch for the better part of a month now. And yeah, it was cool to see a lot of other people popping back into his stream and showing us support, and just like a little mini reunion from when we all kind of started out together, you know. And to answer your question, security would like pants with holes. Security is the holy one. I wonder how many people showed up during the goat mishaps. Yeah, that's another one. How many people just come into the stream? Oh, I'd like to hear about astronomy. Yes, let's see what he was talking about. Let's check this out. This has got to be... And goats everywhere. Now I'm going to also enable one thing here. I want to enable this, and just I just want to, it's a tester. Where is it? The commands. Okay, now I just want to see basically anything that is typed. I think anything with a space in it, just like the space. That's it. That'll probably work. So it's just seeing if I can get this the goat's chaos to work there. I think it triggered, but it went over to the quotes. But yeah, it's just being inundated by goats, and there is, and if anybody is like wondering, anybody might be still wondering what is up with the goat. That it was there because ooh, I wonder why. I wonder if it's okay, maybe because there was a goat on the property, so it's not like I'm just arbitrarily picking a goat because of goat. It's a Christmas miracle. Let's see if this formula works. All right. It seems that maybe it is just like that one command that it mucked up on. Like I actually couldn't do anything to it. Anyway, so yes, there was a goat on the property that we bought before we moved in that the previous owners had, and that was the video clip that plays is that goat, and it's just the screaming nature of this goat. Interesting. You're really enjoying it. You hope to enjoy it after a few hours of KSP when it's nice and dark. Interesting. Oh, I wonder if there was a fix. I wonder if that fixed. You get a thrill out of stealing kitchen utensils, you're a whisk taker. What's up, CJ? How are you doing? Good to see you. Glad to have you with us today. Did you see the Rocket Lab Neutron announcement? I have not seen the latest and greatest from Rocket Lab. But yeah, I gotta go back. That a Dobsonian scope is something I do want to get around here because I think it's great with it's great to have the binoculars, but to have a larger telescope to look deeper into the sky. The fairing is hot right now. Is there what's going on with it right now? Is there? They still have that test? Is the test rocket still up there, or I can't remember what the latest was happening with them. I decided I like your voice. Fancy a part in a game I'm making with no budget and pieces of string? May not be opposed. May not be opposed. Be interested to hear more. I like pieces of string. The fully reusable fairing that is 4 parts and opens up in such a satisfying way. Are there any clips? You have clips of this? Longest drought in AP? Are you? I'm experiencing it right now. Or conversely, what has been your longest deluge of astrophotography? How many clear nights in a row have you had? And the rocket looks like a Nuka-Cola bottle, so it's got that going for it. I'll bet you that they actually kind of thought, you know what? We're going to make it look like this, because you figure like almost everything is a meme. In some way, shape, or form. Yeah, if you want, you're free to post a link. That'd be good. If not here, in Discord, either or. You've had 3 weeks before, and that was 2 years ago. Like I said, this is becoming like the longest time right now, and it's annoying because we just got everything set up. It's been just over a month since we've been back, and I gotta say there's been more. Not that I have anything wrong, not that I have a problem with doing our just chatting streams, and it's also I love that I've discovered a love for Elite Dangerous. But yeah, just kind of checking out some other avenues. Holy potatoes, that was loud. But no, so this is one of the longer droughts, and I gotta say it kind of feels like winter when you have like some of the best skies and best targets has more clouds than the summer, which is really annoying, which is super annoying. All right, what do we got here?
There's some things we said we'd never do. We're going to build a big rocket. It's called Neutron. Luckily for me, there are no hats on the menu today, but what I will be dishing you out is full details on the Neutron launch vehicle. We've been busy, so let me show you a new breed of rocket, where reliability, reusability, and cost is hard baked into the design from day one.
Peter is the most Chad person out there in rocket industry.
This is what a rocket should look like in 2050, but we're building it today.
I said the 7
Much as possible to really drive down those costs and time to get it onto the pad and launch again and again.
So this is...
The answer is not throwing away the fairings or even trying to catch them. The best way is to never get rid of them in the first place. Next, we have to control the rocket during re-entry. So that's right, Neutron does not land on a barge, it is a return to launch site vehicle.
Like, these aren't even like veiled shots at
To guide the rocket
SpaceX.
back, we use the shape to our advantage, just like Electron. We use the atmosphere to do as much work as possible. Small control surfaces called canards at the front make small changes in the trajectory needed to get the accuracy and guide the stage back to the launch site where we started.
Basically, it's just a big you, SpaceX. We can do it better. I'll give you a story breakdown when it's not 1:30 in the morning, but it's expansive and actually a serious dark story, which is opposite to usual dicks and butts. Also, hi. Yeah, CJ. No, yeah, definitely. You know, when you are more awake, yeah, shoot me a message. I'll be happy to talk with you about that. Chatted with Scott Manley before. Yeah, not subtle at all. But no, I really like what Rocket Lab is doing, and just what everybody like. It's like SpaceX has like they kind of set this tone for space travel and reusable rockets, and everybody's like, well, fine, here, great, you nailed that. Let's go one step further. Let's do it better, and it's not even for even for an attempt to like knock down SpaceX at all, but it's just it's pushing people to do better. I feel like when there is competition, everybody strives a little harder to do something different, and it's not even to a detriment to everybody else, but just I feel it raises people up. Next, Space Rebels is an interesting game on the old Game Pass. You might like it. It's interesting. It's like, well, it's. We'll have to check that out. Now, there's another. Now, I personally don't care for this game, but I heard a lot of people saying, Epic Games has Dead by Daylight for free this today or the next couple of days, which is cool if you like that. Grab it. But there's other games I would like to see for free. I would like to go back and get Deliver Us the Moon and finish that game. I like the story that was going on there. You get to build rockets that go boom. I like the way United Launch Alliance does things, where it's like test and test and test and test, and in 12 years, we'll have a single rocket instead of blowing up dozens. You hate Dead by Daylight, forgive that. Oh, it's okay. That's okay. There is a time and place to be swearing, and that's okay. See, I can. It's all right. SpaceX is like, let's speed run real life. Yeah, you know, I tried Dead by Daylight. I played it. It's just it is seriously not my cup of tea.
Just like Electron, we use the atmosphere to do as much work as possible. Small control surfaces called canards at the front make small changes in the trajectory needed to get the accuracy and guide the stage back to the launch site where we started.
Basically, it's just a big you, SpaceX. We can do it better. SBMM is fuck, you know, pardon me. I was once a nurse, Maine, then somehow, with me, 300 hours, you got match versus 3,000 hours survivals. I'll bleep myself out there, and then if I'm not reading it. Me. I feel like that would do great as a TikTok or a YouTube short. Well, I am working on starting to pad out my YouTube a little more than just our VODs that we're saving on here. TikTok, I have nothing on there. I have a name on TikTok. That's about it. Do I even have a link for my YouTube on here? I don't think I do. But I think if you just search Astro Canuck, it is the same icon that pops up here. my channel. There's the channel. Actually, unfortunately, I neglected some VODs as well. So some of those, if you guys tuned into the live Twitch streams, that's all that ever exists, are those in your memory. And any clips that might have been made during those streams. But I'm more diligent on uploading the VODs. So we'll get into that. And now I know that I was trying to push way too much, way too soon in the move, and there's been huge flux in real life scheduling ever since I got back from the UK, and it's kind of like now, bam, one sub closer to 1,000. Thank you, Beetle Rock. Thank you, appreciate that. And like I said, I'm working toward doing more for content outside of Twitch, and that is also content that is more with myself and Mrs. Canuck's Etsy page, and where I am getting a few more things up there and some artwork and things like that. This picture of the moon, I have a poster for that. I have to resize it to fit the North American size, landscape sizes. Not landscape, picture prints. The Orion Nebula is a low polygon artwork there. You really dig the stream, mostly the goat. That's okay. I feel I'm okay being secondary to a goat, especially that goat, or more goats, or all goats. It's all good. It's all good. Whatever which way brings people joy. It's a good place to unwind. If I can kind of bring you guys down from the day. Plus, you love space shit. I love space shit too. And I'd love it even more. I'd love it even more if we could have some little white points of light in the sky. I've never done that either, but I'm pretty sure if I took a trip into space, it'd be everywhere. You'll give her the old college try. Your entire front room is decorated in starships and plants. Not planets. A fair few enterprises here and there, wandering between the nebulous spider plants and ferns. But yes, if we had clearer skies, then we could break out the telescope and look at more objects like this. I'm excited to. I'm excited to get a live stack of the Crab Nebula. I'm looking forward to that. There's a few other targets that we haven't been able to shoot, and not just for the so much for the location, but just to be able to pick targets out of the night sky that would have been like unavailable to us. Because my back garden in the UK, I had a small window out to the east. So we were either stuck with certain targets, or we had a great deal of time with other important targets to us. He needs a starship. He needs one that you have to... it's either spammable, or people work together to build the starship with emotes. But I guess that also... Pardon me, we require that a lot of people's names need to be the same size. Pardon me. Or you just need to almost build a pyramid for a... I'm thinking, has anybody done that? Because everybody does like the sideways emotes, because you just, most of the time, you're not going to be able to spam make something happen like that. You want me to ask my guy at the weather control station in Alaska to sort them clouds out? Can get him to fire a high proton laser beam with ionized gas to evaporate them clouds. Must warn you, however, if my mate Bert misfires the laser, it could blow up the atmosphere. Well, maybe we'll not get Bert to do that right now. Yes, Starship, I'm looking. Them DARPA boys are at it again, eh? Boy, you better hope that you got a titanium umbrella, because it's going to be raining iron. But that's giving me an idea. If I had more emote slots, you have to build a pyramid out of a spaceship, out of a starship. Although we have 9 slots right now. We do have some new emotes. We do have new emotes right now. They are Christmas based, and wanted to make sure I had those ready for this stream, because we're in December. We're in a new month now, and now while we didn't reach the community goal that I had set, I think I did put that. You know, I times there is ebbs and flows. I've learned with Twitch, and that's fine. I appreciate you guys hanging out as much as you do, because again, you're donating your time, and that's way more important than anything, to actually sit here and listen to me ramble on about some inane things alongside of the astronomy. You know, it's cool to meet you guys and get to know you as well through our chat. And yeah, it's fantastic. So while we didn't meet our community choice goal for the remainder of November and throughout October, I do still want to do something with the community to kind of cap off the whole year. So what I want to do, and it has been mentioned several times, and I think a lot of you would go along with this, is I would like to do a trivia night. And it's going to be kind of a potpourri of questions and topics on here, because the whole chat most of the time is quite varied. So I will give you guys some more details in the next couple of weeks. It'll be close towards the end of the year when I want to do this. So actually I have time to put it all together and do it right. And yeah, do a community trivia night. And I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a good time, and you know, to get all the questions together and, you know, make it last a little while. And I probably wouldn't be adverse to having a few giveaways as well. And I don't know what a prize would be for a winner, or just kind of top whomever. But this is getting the ball rolling. So what I still want to do before the year is up, before 2021 is through, we'll have a community trivia night on stream. And this is the initial conception of what we want to do. So we'll put up more details as probably over the weekend. I will talk with a couple of people who have done some trivia nights, and just we'll start throwing things out there. So this month, because I have this penchant for hot food, and I'm always kind of doubling it up with something else, like the peanuts with the hot peppers, or the tortilla chips with the hot peppers. It's a joy to be here. Well, it's a joy to have you guys here. You should give away a goat to stick with the channel theme. We were fresh out of goats. The previous owners took them all with them. You know, so that's a little bit of a pain. It's a little, you know. I guess if you want to get like charitable, give away a goat in your name to one of those charities that supply a village with a goat. and then they can have milk and fresh goat eggs every morning. Things like that would be fantastic. Yeah, nothing to do with astronomy. Not no vouchers or anything like that. No, give away a goat. Find an animal. Make sure it yells and screams, and then give it away, because you don't want to keep that. It's just going to yell all night. Goats are nocturnal too, right? Like, they don't ever sleep, do they? I don't know much about goats. Your work prints those sometimes. Oh, what, the charity flyer information sheets? Or goat eggs? I gotta tell you, for those who were here like last week, and I was complaining about this pain in my neck and shoulder, it's finally subsiding. I would say don't get older, but otherwise, how are you gonna learn? But take as good care of yourself as you can, because one wrong look and then your whole shoulder is for like a week. If things are finally returning to normal. Hasn't hindered me on doing other things. Like, I put out a tweet earlier today getting ideas out of my head, because there are things that as a graphic designer, I like to be able to just make certain ideas visually, put them on paper, and have a good time. So most recently, I put together a logo that's it has been partly inspired by NASA and the Canadian Space Agency. And I'm not claiming that this is like a new logo, like our little Astro Canuck up here. I think that's not really changing. That's staying the way it is for a while. At least a few more months. We kind of change the brand a little bit, but keep it recognizable. But what I did end up putting together in Illustrator, and I'm happy with it. I like how it looks. Is this kind of almost like an Astro Canuck Space Agency type logo, and just taking it that step further and having some marketing materials put together for announcing that there are some new stickers being made, and these are available right now, much like our heart emote and the beard. Like everything on here has had some sort of manipulation, or that I've completely designed from scratch, as it were. You like it? It's really neat. There are sometimes when I get things put together and I look back, I'm thinking, what was I thinking? What brought me to this point? And I love the worm font as well. I was thinking, like, it's iconic, and I feel like this doesn't completely feel like a NASA, even though it is like Adobe has this font. Like, this font is with Adobe, so you can use it, through using the Adobe license. You can utilize these fonts, which is great, because I wouldn't want to just nick a font and then use it. It's retro, futuristic, modern, all at the same time. There's, like I said, it is inspired by the Canadian Space Agency. And then also I use my maple leaf within it, so it still has the brand. So I was happy with that. So it is on our merch store. There are men's and women's t-shirts, and I think I kept it to like a black, gray, and white color scheme. Like, nothing else would really go with it. It's got to be like almost like that kind of classy retro feel. So yeah, just these are things that kind of go through my head, and the quicker I can get them out into Photoshop or Illustrator, it's just what I like to do. Here's here. Join me in my brain, if you will. These are some of the things that I was working on. Like I said before, I wanted to have some kind of an obscure T-shirt. So I did want to use like the Imperial officer's badge. So the Lego ones, those are, I got those right now just as a T-shirt. The Astro Canuck Space Agency type one, those are stickers. There is our, what else is there here? Oh, that's not it. You love typography, probably not as much as you. I have found going back to university, I did find this this renewed love, enjoyment of typography. So much to the point that I did learn that you can actually get a PhD in typography, which is an interesting course of action I could go down. I could go down that route if I wanted to. I have no idea what I would do with a PhD in typography. It's kind of one of those things. Is there a doctor in the house? I'm like, yes, I'm a doctor, but not that kind of doctor. I'm sorry, but thank you. I appreciate it. I do like to try out different things, but I also know what kind of works for me. Yeah, it's I don't know if this is actually the actual size of the sticker. I'd have to check on the Stream Elements site. I don't want anybody thinking you get like a giant holy potato sticker and you end up getting like some dinky little thing. But I mean, there's also now I don't think I could get away with this on the Stream Elements store. But I gotta say, I would like to do something like this. Now, this might be something I might just put out on my Etsy page, which we could probably get away with. I made stickers out of these Mega Man-esque type characters. So that's also based off of the sprite that I use for that emote, and the little guy that when there is a sub to the channel that runs across the screen. It's all just based on that. And I'm thinking, I probably should change my little guy to a Santa Claus type sprite. Or, actually, no, I could change it so that it is an event that happens. I could have it as a rare, shiny, as it were, for when any subs come through. So maybe it's just my little miniature me sprite, or maybe it's maybe it's Santa, or maybe it is an X-Men character or something. There are tons of these, and I even on our Etsy page, there's a cross stitch pattern with these guys on there. So it's just that little trip into my mind of how I'm designing things. Like I said, with the Imperial Officer badge, I just wanted a T-shirt that had these on there. That was. And growing up as a kid, Grand Moff Tarkin. Why he was like the one person I remembered the most who wasn't like Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader. So it's just that early love of Star Wars, and really I didn't see anybody who was doing these T-shirts. You would see like some designs that were just like the red and blue. So yeah, just things like that to get out of my head, get it onto the paper, as it were. And that's where I could be focusing on maybe changing something on the stream, and then if those ideas pop into my head, it is boom, get it in there in some way, shape, or form in Illustrator, and then it's started. Then you can go back and tinker with it a little more, or it just ends up turning into like an entire merch section that, whether or not people buy it, I'm just happy to try to get it out there, you know. You gotta get going. No worries, Beetle Rock. I appreciate seeing you in here tonight. Glad to have you guys in here. But we're running down our astronomy chat tonight on a Friday evening. Glad to have you guys in here tonight. Have a very good night yourself. Glad to see you. We'll be back tomorrow for our rainy day astronomy, and I think I'm going to pair a little bit of Elite Dangerous in proceedings tomorrow night, because I freaking enjoyed that. So I had a good time with that. You didn't use Carl once? Oh my goodness. Well, that's our, that we're not raiding out, but I do include Carl Sagan in our outgoing raids. But yeah, have a good evening. Old Balls, what's going on, Pops? How are you? Looks good, thank you. Thank you. Wait, me or this? Me or this?
What about me? What about the mustache?
Wait! Waiting. What's up? You say you're leaving and somebody named Old Balls shows up. That's not just Old Balls, it's the Old Balls. That's my old man. That is the OG Canuck. Really hard to leave now. Oh, the graphics. Okay, fine. Not me. Not me. But no, that's it's what I like to do. And there's also with the some of these, if you really play around with how I do things, like, it gets a little creepy. Also, sometimes there are little Easter eggs in a lot of the designs that I do that most of the time people don't pick up on. So, oh, thanks. I get it from my mother. All right, because I am mildly annoyed. And this is just because the I'm doing this one for the bot. And that's also one less sub that goes in there for the ghost pepper. Like I was talking about the flavor and heat that if we do reach 80 subs through December, we'll just have a ghost pepper. I will eat a ghost pepper. Now, that's also not to say that I won't have something along with it, but the main entree is going to be a ghost pepper. Anyway, there's me. Thanks me for making the Astro Canuck bot have its emotes back there as it's talking. It was just annoying. Just show the emotes, Astrobot. But that's also that's just me. That's just me investing in me. I hope everybody's having a good Friday night tonight. We are hoping that we're going to have some clearer weather, because right now this is pitiful. This is so annoying. However, you can see down in the lower right corner is a little setup that we're hoping is going to cooperate with us with the weather, and we're building a little ice rink in our backyard. Now, it's not to say that we don't have other smaller bodies of water around the property that may or may not be spring fed or not reliable bodies of water where if there's any kind of thin ice, we don't know where it's going to go or how deep it actually does go. So this one will be a small little pad of ice that we can toot around on when the nieces and nephews show up. It's a nice little skating rink. Figured we'd start small this year. We try something out. It was a fairly inexpensive kit from Walmart, and there is definitely some work to be done on it. But you know what? I think it would be fun. Always wanted to have like an ice rink in my backyard. So we figured let's hope that we're in an area that our temperatures, our weather is going to be low enough, constantly low enough, that we can maintain a little ice rink in our backyard. And then it also means that I gotta find my skates. And then realize that it will have been like 10 years since I've been on ice skates. Hopefully that's nothing more than it's not gonna be much different than falling off a bike. And then I also got to remember, because I only have goalie skates, I need to remember how I actually have to sharpen them. Zen said, look, we didn't make it. Humanity, that is. We got 20 years of, no, don't say that. And then we just know. We just know, in your own opinion. I say there's still more that humanity can do. I think a little speed bump. A little speed bump right now. But the important thing is that we get some clear skies. That's what we want right now. Hey. What's up, Tropical Geek? How are you doing? Yeah, Zen said, hopefully you're having a good Friday night overall. Potatoes. Clear sky, you say? I don't know what that is. You know, I read that in Wikipedia, Caleb. I read that on once, and I don't know what it is. We still need a citation. Just building a black hole for us to trap yous. We have black holes. Like this. But yeah, how you doing? If you could create a black hole and have you and be protected from the event horizon, would you want one? Would you want to have one? Also, that emote is just this black hole stylized in Photoshop. I wanted to change up our tier 3 emote. Why? Be able to observe it. Be able to observe. You can't own a black hole. Oh my god. All right. Make our solar system look like marbles dropping in a pond. I'm trying to think what other things I can do on the property here that we can do scientific wise for judging scales. You make me think a little bit there, Sensei. I got some ideas. We do have one. Well, most of us do. Actually, I think that that is just wrong. I think I need to have that just cut. You just have it cut, so it is just
Just the mustache talking. Listen to the mustache. That's all it knows. There is only mustache now. Blow like a lock.
Good evening, Kieran. 500 billion model is what you go off of. What's that mouth? Oh my gosh, Kieran! Yes, this is the new room. This is the new office. Hopefully you're doing well, Michael. Good to see you in here. All these mustache are belong to us. Exactly. Oh, hello, Jay.
Every star will die, including our own sun. And eventually all that will
Wait.
be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation.
Is that where he's over there?
Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above.
Is that where I'm
absolute
looking at him?
zero. But TGIF, am I right?
Yeah, you are. It was good to see Jay Tanko streaming again today. As little as I did catch, he started like when I was still sleeping. The weirdo, what a creep! Starting out while I'm sleeping. My goodness. But yeah, no, glad to have you guys in here on a Friday evening. You started at 9 a.m. and you fell asleep. Oh no! Wait, 9 a.m. That's like 5 in the morning. Because I saw the Discord message go out, and then I was like 3 hours ago. I'm like, oh, I've missed a lot. Or you stayed up till 9 a.m. Talk about the firewall at the edge of the solar system, the heliopause. Heliopause. I love that word. Also, the termination shock. When you will say in your kitchen sink, turn on the faucet, and you see the water pushing out as it comes down to the faucet, and then it starts to kind of come back in on itself, and there's that little wave around there. That's like the termination shock or the heliopause, where you have like the water coming in, like interstellar matter and space, and then the outward pressure of our solar system from our sun pushing out against the interstellar medium. So that's like the I think Voyager's gold record melted in a 500,000 degree temperature. As far as I know, they did everything that they could to protect as much as they could on there. It'd be interesting if anything did fail, but I think I would like to hope they would have accounted for something like that to actually protect the record against the temperature, so it would survive out that way. Have you put up the Christmas tree yet? Not yet. Well, I mean, House has the Christmas tree. We don't have a Christmas tree yet. That seems to be a bit of a thing. That seems to be a miss. We have our Christmas crunch. Diamonds go down at 4,000. You need miles of shields. Well, if it didn't, then it'd be a great loss. However, if they were able to preserve as much. Well, I mean, there's still a great deal of the instrumentation that had to survive passing through. Should have used tungsten. Well, if that's it. Funny enough, I didn't actually think about that. I wonder if the tail end of our solar system is cooler. I would venture to say probably. Because at that point, everything is not crashing against what we're pushing. We're not pushing towards anything. The tail end, that there isn't going to be as much. You had years to think. I mean, there's probably a few. There's got to be like a couple of papers out there that will rightfully say yay or nay what's going on there. Because we're still getting signals coming back from both Voyager 1 and 2. So at least the instrumentation made it. But I think it's there'll be a little more Christmas decoration as the week progresses. And like I said, for Sunday's Lego stream, we haven't revealed what Sunday's build is going to be. So you have to wait till Sunday morning. But until then, there is some other thoughts. Also, because I've just recently started getting more decorated in the room and kind of putting the camera in the new position as well. So I'm not just kind of looking up. We have more of our face on look to you guys. You slept a lot last weekend. A little bit of just some recovery time, just being able to relax as much as possible. Now I am eligible for a booster, a COVID booster, on Monday. And I think I don't know what side effects are from like the booster, if it's as intense as kind of like previous vaccinations have been, but I figured because I don't really have anything planned Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, prepare to be dead tired on Tuesday. See, I was figuring there are going to be clear skies Tuesday. I'm calling it now. When I'm going to be so. I anticipate if it's anything like how it was before, that there'd be, like I said, at least that day of just let's sleep it off. Let everything take its course, do its thing in there. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. And yeah, probably Tuesday is going to be like a surprise clear night, and I'll just sleep right through it. But no, we did finish our Imperial probe droid. We did get that completed, which was another fun build, and just interesting to see how they made it. Right, there's a finite design of Lego bricks, and yet they managed to get everything designed in a way that is. We have Big Ben, we have the Infinity Gauntlet, there's the Lunar Lander, a probe droid, the International Space Station, a Scout Trooper, and they're all essentially the same. The same kind of, they're all with the same bricks, just some different colors, different orientations of them, and yet they make such a vast array of projects there. The helical model, true? How do you mean there? Like, does our sun really vortex or corkscrew? Oh, something like that. Yeah, see, I know you're talking about this, right? You mean this where that image of the sun, where we're just kind of we're zooming through like that? Now, I do trust the work of Universe Today and what Fraser Kane has been doing, where it's more of a we're not on that kind of plane. We are still, on it more of a the sun is there and we're still going like this, and we're still going in like elliptical motion around the galaxy. We're not actually traveling like this bullet following the sun. So a Concorde at best. So if you're even a casual space fan, you may have seen the viral GIF animation showing our solar system traveling through space, the motions of the planets facing a corkscrew. Who's the pilots this mofo? I'm gonna get off. I don't like planes. I pity the fool who don't like planes. I pity the fool. It makes sense upon the thought that the universe is expanding. Yeah, but look at a model doing a complete circle around the galaxy. Some show the sun itself doing a corkscrew thing. Yeah, so this is showing that our sun is moving in like a straight line, but the center of gravity isn't at the sun. That would mean that everyone orbiting the sun is having like no impact on there, but the center of gravity doesn't lie at the point of our sun. So with Earth, we're not going to do a whole lot. We're not going to do a whole lot to the sun, but Jupiter, the larger planets are what are causing a lot of the wobble, that center of gravity around the sun. So yes, the corkscrew vortex path is around a line driving the sun. While it's definitely intriguing to watch in mesmerizingly repetitive GIF fashion, and rendered with a talented flair for design, these are two fundamental problems with it. One, it's not entirely correct scientifically. And two, its creator's intention is to illustrate a decidedly unscientific point of view about the solar system and the universe as a whole. The theories discuss that the whole system is moving as a unit. You wobbled getting out of bed this morning. It's important just to use as long as we're not wobbling at the toilet. Also, it's the same thing with Sidhu. That's where he wobbled, accidentally peed on the cat. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. This probably... Is there music? Is there copyright music in here? Maybe not. So this is the one that you mean. Now, I guess this will also be. I'm thinking about if we got Universe Sandbox. Sorry. Space Engine. Yeah, then this is what Universe Today was clarifying. So there isn't any actually talking in this, is there? It's all just music. Now, because I do upload my VODs to YouTube, I've actually gotten dinged a couple of times on some clips that we've played, and even some of my background. Here's the funny thing: but the background music that I'm playing, the background music is from bensound.com, and as long as I'm crediting them somewhere on the site that this is where the music is coming from, then now is this incorrect? No, I would the way how this is moving, the way how they're illustrating it here, because the other way how they're illustrating is like the sun going through like this point shot, like this bullet like motion. Now, but this is also it's like everything isn't. It's like, I mean, they're trailing the sun along like this, but everything is still moving. Gravity and everything works wise. F equals ma. F is 0.9, and newtons, and m is 5. Okay. Bask in the glory of CJ. Oh, well, who wants to become famous? Who? I'm taking a long time to ban that one. Seen lots of them today. That's the first one today. That's the first one of the day. Pardon me. So yes, not everything is going to is rotating around the galaxy in a straight line, but we all have that harmonious rotation. Wait, everything is still going to move a little differently, but yeah, what DJ Sadu is saying, what is being illustrated here, and like here's like if you're see how we're pushing against the interstellar medium. So which layer do you think that you're missing on there? For when you're talking about the with Voyager leaving the like venturing out into interstellar space. So that if Voyager was to if we were to fire it off away, that there would be less. Yeah, it looks like it's getting farther than closer because of the corkscrewing. There is, I mean, because this is happening over hundreds of millions of years, that, you know, it's there, everything. It's still, there's still this turbulence in the galaxy, and not everything is moving like in these perfect circles. They're all in ellipses. No, I'll leave. I'll let this run to the end, give them the full credit on there. But yeah, so things aren't going to be moving in that straight shot. So there is that wobbling of the star. No, this one I agree with. The one where it's moving in a straight line, that's like artistic license for that, because it's not showing the actual movements of our solar system. The moon is going around the Earth, and the Earth around the sun around other stars, and the other stars around other stars. They're also going around the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, which our galaxy is rotating around other galaxies that are rotating around clusters of galaxies, whilst also expanding a bit like your mother-in-law. But no, this I would agree. I agree with this one. So something like that they're showing people. That's good. This GIF, it's not entirely accurate. because it is just illustrating it as a straight line. So, yes, not so much yes, but also, even referring them to this article as well. Another thing that you can show people, I don't know if you were here earlier or if I've shown this before, is show people this. When you think space as a static, looking out into the galaxy, although as we are showing us kind of moving around our galaxy, objects in space. Show them this. The Crab Nebula. 10 years worth of images. Oh, wow, look at that. Something like this, where we see these objects in space that we think are static. We take a 10-minute exposure. Day after day. Nothing happens. But you have somebody who is dedicating the time. You can see the movement of the Crab Nebula. You can see the rotation of the pulsar at the center of this supernova. And that, much like how we are rotating around our sun, and our sun is rotating around our galaxy, there are other objects in space that are evolving, that are growing. And you can just see has that contraction. You can, over 10 years, how much the Crab Nebula has expanded in space. And this is from 2008 to 2018. So it'd be interesting to see if he's continued on by doing another 3 years and just see how much more can be seen. Just how much more has it expanded. So while we kind of take this frozen moment in time on stream with this version of the Crab Nebula for just 10 minutes, putting together the images of the Crab Nebula for 10 years. It was mentioned earlier, the dedication for having gear that long. Also, you don't have a mother-in-law, which brings us into quantum physics. It's happening, but there is no mother-in-law. The mother-in-law is hypothetical. So yeah, you can see at the center with the waves of from the pulsar as it's rotating. I believe it rotates at what? Oh no, I want to say that the pulsar is rotating at 4,500 revolutions per second, or is it fast? No, it's faster than that. Pulsar's rotation speed. I'm sorry, 72. Theorists say that pulsars can rotate as fast as 72,000 RPM before breaking apart, yet the fastest spin known is reaching nearly 43,000 revolutions per minute. Is there a paywall behind this one? 716 rotations per second. Whereas our sun makes rotation, every 28 days? Or is it 28 weeks? For one rotation of the sun? So, which is also interesting by just how dense these and how high the gravity is with the pulsar, that they're spinning that fast and they're not tearing themselves apart. Like even you put like a piece of clay or Play-Doh at the end of a drill and you start spinning it fast enough that it's going to turn into a prolate spheroid and start to just tear itself apart. And it's not even spinning that fast. Sun rotates on its axis once every 27 days. I couldn't remember if it was days or weeks. My solar knowledge hasn't grown enough. Once we get a solar scope, we get deeper into the inner workings of the sun. Yeah, for certain numbers. Yeah, certain numbers I'm not that. And there have been, I can't remember, but unless it comes up again, that there are facts and numbers that I hadn't committed to memory at the beginning of when I started streaming and started getting into astrophotography that are just pretty much ingrained now. And not until I somehow magically call them up. It's about learning, and we're learning together. And that's kind of what I also want to do here. Is I've told you guys right off the bat, by no means am I an expert in astronomy. It is self-taught, and if I don't know what it is, then this is it's another opportunity to expand that knowledge base. And yeah, you know what? Sometimes it doesn't always stick, because if it's like a one-off fact. If there's like a one-off fact, and also sometimes those one-off facts, as interesting as they are, can sometimes be like inflated. And to the point of making it sound even more interesting or even more prophetic or apocalyptic than it may seem. Like you hear the headlines of how close an asteroid was to hitting the Earth, and then you find out that it's like 4 times, 5 times the distance of the moon from us, which astronomically that is incredibly close. And also, one thing that people were talking about, astronomers reviewing science in certain movies, and how with, I think it was either Armageddon or Deep Impact, when there was that first chunk of asteroid or comet that had hit. I think it had to have been Armageddon. Anyway, it hit the Earth, but then the rest of it was still coming towards the Earth. But in that time frame, it should have hit the Earth. Earth keeps going, and then the comet or asteroid just kind of continues on, like its orbit had already made that impact trajectory. So angry with server's queue with Final Fantasy 14. I feel like grinding my teeth on sand and coffee grounds, so I'll come here and check out Astro Kanucky's calming. Hello, Sonic Atomic. How are you doing? Good to have you in here tonight. I gotta say, I have not played Final Fantasy 14, and I get the frustration with server queues. And there is a video game memory that I have with my brother. Y'all saw him a couple weeks ago. We were playing Dead or Alive online on Xbox 360, and it was we were playing against people who I don't know where they were, and we were getting so frustrated that just how badly we were getting our asses handed to us, and how seemingly like we were confident we were getting trolled on a lot of these fights. But because that was happening and we were getting increasingly frustrated with that, we were getting like angry at each other, and it was like almost to the point where we almost had our own Dead or Alive match in the basement. And it was like at that point it was like, hey, okay, you know, we gotta pause for a second here. So we're getting mad at each other over the video game. So yes, I feel the frustration there. Their expansion released today, so it's bad. Give me an example of when a release of an expansion of a game has gone flawlessly, which is frustrating because I don't think there are many. There has to be more examples of times when the servers go down, and then it's all of a sudden, oh, here's a bug we didn't even know that you guys just discovered by 5 million of you logging on all at the exact same time. There's a wonderful film called Greenland that does a very realistic cover of the apocalypse. Wait, is that the one with Gerard Butler? But the thing appears and humanity has about 3 days to react. He really enjoyed it. I watched Greenland. I watched it. Problems I had was, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of spoilers for this. Was just with the kid and his medication. I'd have to watch it again. I really would have to watch that one again. I only watched it once, and it was at a time when I wasn't in a great headspace. I had the movie on just to put it on and just see and try not to get frustrated with it. But yeah, there were some points, some parts in the movie. It's like you're creating this little pocket of drama, which there is a much larger picture going on with everybody in here. So yeah, I would want to watch it again. Pardon me. Not to completely pick it apart, but just to let it reabsorb. I feel like most times I'll watch a movie a couple of times. Hello, Spaceman. Hello, JRL Pixels. What's going on? How are you? How are you doing tonight? Good to have you in here. But there are distractions. I agree. It's and also I will watch. I'll watch. You know what? I will watch a movie, and I will get into the movie, and just let it be a movie. Then again, there are some movies that I will not let go. The fact that the movie Moonstruck had a full moon, had 2 full moons in the span of a week. A week. Doesn't happen. Anyway, but much like playing Phasmophobia, it's a video game. I'm here in my office. I'm not traipsing around a haunted house. But I'll get into it. I will allow myself to feel fear and uneasiness. And I'll watch a movie and I will try to get in the a haunted house. Although a haunted goat would be pretty frightening as well. Just popping up. Season 6 finale of The Expanse. I haven't even seen season 1 finale of The Expanse. I have to watch The Expanse. Are you good? You're at work? Well, glad to have you in here today. Glad to have you in here while you're at work. If we raise enough money, we should go and buy from the previous owners for us. I gotta say, I know where the previous owners were going, and there is probably no way I'm getting in contact with them for quite a while. They are out of country. That sounded weird. It wasn't anything bad. They just literally moved out of country. Anyway, doing space things tonight? I wish. Well, I mean, we're always talking about space. Always talking about space. No. Moonstruck. Moonstruck is with Cher and Nicolas Cage and I think it's Danny Aiello. I mean, there's very little to do with the, well, actually they try to incorporate the moon, but there was like no astronomical research done. But no, this is what we're dealing with right now. Backyard needs a spotlight like those in Hogan's Heroes. Now we do. To be fair, there are spotlights around. Maybe not as powerful as those, but this is the light just kind of coming off from our kitchen and our living room. Now, when the lights are off, like this camera, unless I turn the IR filter on, you don't see anything. Actually, even then, if I turn the IR filter on, I think it's just really going to illuminate the deck and the branches in front. But no, we are clouded out for so long right now. Actually, what's our forecast? I was talking about that suddenly Tuesday, I bet, is going to be a very clear night because I anticipate being out of commission. Look at this. What's this? What's this? What is this? A itty bitty patch of green. Where does the green come from? What? Everybody just like, okay, bye. For like an hour. Clouds are going on a coffee break for an hour. There's not enough time to get everything set up for an hour. And even then, I don't trust it. That seems very sus. I don't believe that. You're mocking me, aren't you? Bert will send you a check in the post. Wait, hold on. A check? You mean an invoice? Because if Bert will pay me for allowing him to clear out an hour's worth of cloud. Like we it's cool weather. You bought a drone Black Friday and they all backed up, so you got to go. So you got to wait for more to come in before they can ship. I don't drone. However, I want to. I want to. And Mrs. Canuck is in agreement for a drone as well. I just don't know. Okay, Zen said, "What one did you buy?" I don't even know what to look for. No, he wants to pay you. He's eccentric. All right, cool. I'm down with that. I'll take a check from Bert. Even if it's like $5. That's fantastic. That's $5 I didn't have 20 minutes ago. But yeah, Zen said, what drone did you get? Because we're not in the market, as it were. I don't even know what's a good price. Like, I know I think I've seen some for like $5,000, and that's not. If I'm paying $5,000 for a drone, I'm not. I'll put that for a telescope. What's going on, Brian? How are you? Good evening. Good evening. Good to see you. Buy one small to fly it and learn first. I would imagine there's a bit of a learning curve. Like, can I get one for like $300-$400? He says with a link for a drone that says that is $300. Oh, it's US. You got one for $15. Probably better to Best Buy. What are we going to photograph tonight? Nothing. Nothing yet. But no, it's as soon as we get some clear skies. Get one less than $50 to learn to fly and break it if need be. That's true. I mean, I still wouldn't like to. I don't like when things break. I would love to be able to get a look at Leonard. I would love to get a look at Comet Leonard. I have to see how low it sits on the horizon. I may have to, if I'm going to get a shot, I may have to move the telescope. There are top 10s, but that's the best bang for your buck. There are cheap ones for your room. So fun. See, there's the how much is this one? Third Rock. How much is this one? This looks like it's like silly expensive. $20 megapixels. Yes, I said pickles. All right. If I find like a shipping crate full of kidneys, then maybe we'll get this one. But then there's this one. You know, $400. But if there's something that that Hasselblad is the creme de la creme camera. Stores that you expect you to find them, they're dirt cheap. You got mine at Office Depot, and clearance was $50. DJI Mavic, it's you've been told are solid. You know, a few that do aerial photography. Yeah, I'm thinking something like yeah, we don't need to break a bank, but if there's something like a drone that we can get for even like a little camera in there, start somewhere. How late do you want to be up to image the comet? It depends. It depends. I haven't had a good go at a comet in quite a while. And even then, like Neo-wise was a possibility, but that was kind of like early on in the lockdowns back in the UK. And kind of traveling out was the only option. So that was, you know, that wasn't exactly what we were hoping for there. But how low does Leonard sit? Or we could just... Actually, if it's up by the crowbar and the whale... Oh, no, wait, I'm thinking... Where are we shooting the crowbar and the whale? Was that back in the UK? I think that's a different latitude then. I like that they called it a hockey stick. A good project. You can set an antenna high up somewhere to get more range. Oh, I have range for an antenna. I have range for an antenna. You can't see it. You can't see it, but there is a large antenna that is serving our internet right now. But that's the only thing at the moment there. But no, if yeah, I'm all for trying to get an image, even if we can do some live stacking of the comet. Proceed to the sky live. 27 degrees. Set your location. Where's my... Set my location. Where's the button? Oh, that's in Greenwich. Currently at 9:46 p.m., Comet Leonard is below the horizon. Actually, I guess I can look at it. I could check it out in Stellarium. Should be in there, right? Let's see. Can we see? Show. Wait, where is it in? Let's go. All right, you're done. Bed, you mean you're wide awake, you need to try and sleep. Figured out this week. How to import data via plugin into Blender that will transform that data into a 3D rendered model of any town, village, or city in the entire world, and it is exciting. The possibilities for game making are beyond what you thought you could. You're so excited as hell. CJ, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Yes, get some rest. Let your brain refresh, and that's awesome. That'd be so incredible. Yeah, good to see you. We'll chat later as well about any other projects. Holy crap, he's alive! What's up, Celtic Raven? How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, doing well. Doing very well. I would rather have some clear skies, but you know what? We'll take what we can get right now. Now, just seeing if we can track Comet Leonard. Which is kind of sitting somewhere between Arcturus in this area. Good boy. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. What's going on, pal? You've been good. Nice to be back in the homeland. It is. It's fantastic to be in some very dark skies. It'd be even better if we had no clouds. It'd be even better if there weren't any clouds. So it looks like this is about 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning, out towards the east. I would say yes. Yes, we can get some Comet Leonard early in the morning when we have some clear skies. Because right now, oh boy, right now it is not looking good for our skies at the moment. See all this red when we have all of this dark sky, all of this astronomical dark. That's not what we want. We want green. We want super green across the board. None of this red. We want to be able to see as much of the night sky as possible. Now we have had a few nights where the skies have been in our favor. And getting pictures of the Gamma Cygni Nebula with Reflection Nebula using an emission filter capturing reflection nebulae is fantastic. Come on, toss a scope in the car, drive up. Maybe a little snowboarding and head to the 20th parallel. I mean, you know what you're like, what, 3/4 of the way there. I mean, it's if we can get some higher altitudes, get some clearer skies. I tell you, although when we do have the clear skies, I've walked onto the deck over to the left there, out of a bright room, and a few seconds later, I'm starting to see the band of the Milky Way. I cannot complain about that. I can't complain about that. I'll complain about the clouds, but what's behind those clouds and how little light pollution there is around here. It's just... It is a treat for the eyes for sure. And something like getting the Elephant's Trunk Nebula in such a short amount of time is also ridiculously worth every bit of dark sky that's hiding behind these clouds. So, yeah, I am hoping that we're going to be able to get some good clear skies, get some long nights ahead of us, because there's a lot of data that we need to add. I just built a 35,000 foot tower to place your scope on. Exactly. That's no problem. We'll just have a little blinking light so no airplanes will hit it. We'll be fine. I wonder how much that would cost. How big of a base would we have to have? How you doing, Tracker? Good evening. Good evening. One of our scout sites, even with total crap lights there, we get to see the same naked eye, and they're about Bortle Skies 5. See, I used to live in Bortle 5. Well, it was labeled as Bortle 5. I would say it was probably a true Bortle 5 when the streetlights went out in the city, or in our town. And there was a marked improvement when that happened. But I gotta say, I never saw the Milky Way with my own meat cameras. And then just being able to see what we have now. And also using, see, this is the Elephant Trunk Nebula, using the ASI Air Plus doing the live stacking on stream. It's like the perfect tool to use for what we want to do on the stream here. And just the fact that I haven't been able to have the telescope close enough to me to have it connected to the computer and control it that way with other programs. And yeah, now to be able to have decent guiding. I'm not having to worry about the guiding being like spot on for doing like long 10-minute exposures. Now we can do like 3 or 4 minutes and stack those up and get the better images coming through. But there's a little more contrast in that image. That's a little better. But when we were in our holding city, when I was back at my parents' place for a little bit, that was Bortle 8, and there was no way we were going to get any decent data coming through there. So to get these, it's the fall radies the government would be interested in for insurance purposes. The fall radii. It's I mean, right now we have a much taller tower for our internet service. It's not quite 35,000 feet, but it is enough to be able to service our internet. And now it would be a perfect tower to kind of mount a Starlink satellite on. However, that's been pushed back. That's been pushed back a lot. Originally they were saying mid 2021. Now it's like mid 2022 that it might be in our area. But I mean, for everything that's kind of going on with what we've been doing now for the past few weeks, I think we get by just fine. Everything, like I'm running back at the same settings I was in back in England for our the quality of our stream, and that seems to be working out all right. So I don't know if it's worth hanging on to the deposit for Starlink and then seeing how well it works out, or do I just get my money back and be happy with what we're using right now? How would Motorola Sat come to work where you're at? Like one of those little boxes, you mean? Because we tried a different internet service that ran off the LTE network, but it was kind of like working off in Canada. It was the it was from AT&T. It worked off Rogers in Canada, and it was kind of like a roaming thing. And yeah, it wasn't as reliable. Fruity One. Hello, Fruity One. Welcome into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here today. So now we're using a local internet company, and everything is serviceable from them. So if there was anything wrong with the other little internet box that we had, there wasn't a whole lot we could do about it. Or servicing would be like weeks, or it wasn't as reliable. At least these guys are kind of local, and if anything happens, they can fix that up. I got to bounce. Really good to see you. Hope to see you more. Celtic Raven, glad to see you popping in. Good to see you in here. Yeah, if you got to go, I appreciate you jumping on in and saying hello. We are here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every week for our Astronomy Chat tonight, tomorrow night, Rainy Day Astronomy, and combining that with a little bit of Elite Dangerous, because playing that on Tuesday and everything working, that was really fun. That was good. I enjoyed it. Sunday morning, we're going to start a new Lego build. We're in the first week of December, so we're in a brand new month, brand new goals, brand new things to look forward to, especially looking forward to this stream, watching the launch of JWST on December 22nd. Now that stream is going to be fairly early in the morning. We're probably going to be starting around 6 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. because, well, they're launching from French Guiana, and they don't care about us North Americans or any other time zone. It is when they have the clearest launch schedule. So we'll be paying attention to that launch intently, because that is the successor to Hubble. We've been waiting a long time for this scope to launch. So, you know what, to be able to catch that would be, well, I mean, I was watching documentaries on Hubble, and then they're talking about JWST launching, and you know what, it's been years. It's been years since we were promised this. They did satellite internet with Dish. Don't know if they still do. I have looked at countless internet providers here, and even before we moved to the place, a lot of the larger companies were saying, "Yeah, we can get you. We should be able to get you the internet there. If you got a cell signal, yeah, we can get the internet connection for you." And then we move in, and they're like, "Oh no, we can't. Sorry, nope, can't even get you DSL. You know, can't even get like any internet through a modem. It's like, or through the telephone line. It's like nothing." So, yeah, we were without the internet. We were without like reliable internet for quite a while. And then at one point we had internet. I would say it was 5 megabits down and 1 up. So like there was no chance in doing anything meaningful with that internet connection. So now we have a reliable connection, and you know the streams have been, aside from like right now, the weather's fine. I would be interested to see how a stream will run if we have like a fair snowstorm happening. I think that would be a little interesting to see how well that holds up, because we do have a satellite internet connection, and I think we would be at the mercy of some weather. However, we have had some bad snow, and I didn't notice anything particularly untoward with the internet. So yeah, just kind of thinking that maybe it's not as bad as they say. Like, we're not too far away from our tower as well, so we have direct line of sight. It's a lot of the rest of the town is on fiber. We're not. It's still a few years away for that for us. But yeah, it was, you realize just how much you rely on the internet for even just kind of like day-to-day tasks that we would usually say, oh, let me check that out on the internet. Oh, let me get this file. Oh, no, couldn't do that. Some slow connections. So, but now we have a reliable connection, good internet, and you know, we're able to continue doing this. Hawaii is under blizzard warning. The Big Island, we are threatened with snow this weekend as well. Holy potatoes, really? How often has it snowed in Hawaii? When is that? Or is it Jamaica that's never received snow? Or was it like once they did? I remember there was like a trivia game that we were playing. Ooh, speaking of which, for those who have just kind of recently popped into the stream, speaking of trivia. Now, we hadn't reached the community choice goal from our previous sub goal. However, what I would like to do before we close out the year is to do a trivia night on stream, and I think it'd be fun. I know a lot of people were kind of almost anticipating like that would be like a community reward. Now, it's not to say there were some other ideas that kind of cropped up that I may not just sometimes happen to occur during a stream. But I don't know where those hiccups are coming from. Yeah, I would like to do a trivia night. I will give you guys more details on things on Discord. Telescope related. What does RASA stand for? What does the acronym RASA stand for? No. there'll be a sprinkling of everything. There'll be astronomy. There'll be a little pop culture. There'll be, it's just kind of like, think of like a pub night quiz, and without the stale pretzels. If you want fresh pretzels, I'm pretty sure that your local grocer should have a nice bag of rolled gold. And you have nice crunchy pretzels. And do we have teams? Do we get teams together? Do we have like a chat Discord call? Like, do we just like go crazy with this one? And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. Converting a satellite dish to a Wi-Fi antenna pointed at your source would help with signal strength. Now, I don't know if having another booster. Well, we actually, for our little internet device, we did have a booster set up with that, which worked. Funny enough, I was very skeptical of that, to be fair, but that did work. However, this signal, we have a 75-foot tower now, so we have our fair share of things, and pretty much we can't exactly be boosted because we are queued. They have said this is how much internet you can get. That's it, but it's enough. Pretzels should be warm and soft. Oh, it's been a long time since I've had a hot pretzel. I think the last time I had like a hot pretzel was probably going like a Blue Jays game ages ago. I always try to get a soft pretzel. Another story about a soft pretzel. When WrestleMania 18 was at Skydome in Toronto, not the Rogers Center. It was at Skydome. A few friends, and my brother included, were so against the popularity of The Rock. They didn't even want to watch The Rock versus Hulk Hogan. That they were saying, when that match happens, I'm just going to go get a pretzel. I'm going to get a soft pretzel. Now, needless to say, they did not get those pretzels. They watched one of the greatest matches, the greatest forms of sports entertainment in ages. And they do not have those pretzels. But every time I think of pretzels, I think of that threat that they had to pay money for a ticket and then not watch a match. Reflexive Moon. Hello. Welcome in to the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here tonight. We are rambling on about how much I hate cloudy skies, and this is one of the longer stretches I've had without any astrophotography, which is very annoying because this is what we get here. This is what we get to see, and it's all hiding behind clouds right now. Hello, how are you? Welcome on in. Welcome into the stream. And for everybody else who is new to the stream, I welcome you guys in. My name is Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. We're supposed to do live astrophotography here. However, you can see the telescope on our left is covered up on our deck, which is a little annoying. Cloudy skies can definitely be a bummer. They are. But we have old images to look at, and I gotta say I'm very pleased with what we get to see out here. You're also in Canada. Oh, how's it going, eh? Good to have you. Yes, we are we're in southwestern Ontario. We have Bortle 3 skies, and it is probably one of the best choices we've made to move to this area. We've only been living here for a couple of months now, so we're still getting the rhythms of the new house and everything that kind of goes along with it. And obviously what else goes along with it is all these freaking clouds. If we get 30,000 rocket boosters and point them up at the clouds, I'm pretty sure, and you're no rocket surgeon, we might clear those clouds. Imagine the size of that launch pad. How big of a launch pad would we need? Oh. It's live cloud observing night. Oh, even then, it's so dark. So dark that we still can't even see the clouds. It's It's that dark here. That we have there's no city lights to be reflecting the clouds. You also blame Palomar observatories for all our bad weather. It cancels out all our gear. PW1000, a meter wide scope. Northern Ontario is really pretty. I'm in the south here, big smoke area, so you don't get to see a lot of stars. I used to be near Toronto in a Bortle 8, so like I was only seeing like a handful of the brightest stars, and even shooting like I just got a plane wave 1 meter. My goodness. Did they have pictures of how they've set it up? How beautiful does that look? I used to live in the Greater Toronto area in a Bortle 8 with like all the light pollution, like one step away from just living at like Yonge and Dundas Square. So to be moving out to this area in rural Ontario, now I'll keep complaining about it. The internet isn't the best. However, what we have now serves us very well. I can watch streams at 1080p. I can stream at 1080p with transcoding, mind you. Not yet, but you've seen a few now videos on Planewave tweeted about it. Am I following Planewave? I don't think I'm following them. I need to follow more people. I need to discover others. Where is Planewave? Plane watching? No. Planewave instruments. I'm not. Now I am. Look at that. Oh, you're near the GTA as well. Yeah. It's tough. It is, like, you can't, like, taking a 30-second exposure with your camera even is difficult. You're just gonna get like a beige sky. Oh boy, that's beauty. It's lovely. Man. All right. Teleview Optics, not following them. Following them now. Oh, is this their... Oh, it's just their quick little blog of things. They want 2 or just one kidney for that. I think that is like, you figure 2 crates. 2 crates of those. Do we need a kidney emote? Can I have, is that it? Would a kidney emote be TOS? Oh, there's the video. Do they have... Yeah, oh, okay. There is copyright music in here. Do we have closed captions? All right. Now, I've been dinged on YouTube a couple of times for some of my uploads for copyright claims. And I've won them all. All right, well, morning, guys. Happy Tuesday. The crane is here, and we're going to start disassembling of the boxes and ready for the crane to lift and pick up the azimuth axis, and then we'll lift up and install the altitude axis. Music, please. It's only a cool $1 million by the time it's finished. Any focusers, cameras, etc. Another $500,000. He gave up on posting videos on YouTube. It is a scientific study video. I mean, I could claim it on that we're watching. Because everything I've uploaded, we've had I don't even know where the creator thing is. Anyway, there were a couple of audio bits that were muted, and I went back to them saying this is either educational or the person who is claiming actually has no claim for these copyrights. But no, that's I mean, I would love to kind of get to this level, but I think that's more of that would be a massive group effort, or really just trying to work with an observatory. Or eventually when we do build our observatory, we'll look to get a little bit of a large, not like a 1 meter telescope, but a little bit of a larger telescope. We're probably figuring our budget even just for building our bunkie / observatory studio is like, we're starting at around like 10 grand. So this is a long-term project of what we want to do. So, which is safe to say, when we do any decorating in this room, it's, you know, it's for a purpose, and it's a little ways down the line before we're changing things up there. PW1000 is for science only, not for pretty pictures. But then we're not doing science here. We are taking some interesting images. We're showing you guys some cool things. I mean, I still can't get enough of the Orion Nebula. And I gotta say, it's been too long since we've taken pictures. This is bananas that we're still under all this cloud coverage, and there's nothing we can do about it other than ride it out. So yeah, hopefully we can get some clear skies coming in. Why else would you spend that kind of money? Find your own exoplanet. Yeah. Tether 3 more to make it essentially a 4 meter. Make it like that dragonfly array. Why go 4 when you can go like 7? Or yeah, go 7 on there. Make it huge, or just buy the very large telescope, right? Or once we maybe we can fix up the Hubble Space Telescope, and we'll just own our own Hubble. I mean, how much could that be to fix? We don't have to launch one rocket, right? Maybe get some replacement parts sent up there, a little duct tape. I think it'll be right as rain in no time. I mean, like, you know, the astronauts should be more than happy to help fix things up, right? Right? I mean, because right now it's just this. It's unsettling. We want more clear skies, although the colder temperatures wouldn't be too bad. Duct tape and bubblegum. Robert's your mother's brother. Send that rocket up. We'll buy the Hubble Space Telescope, and then we don't have to worry about any clouds. Then we're just waiting for the downlink, get some beautiful, beautiful images from Hubble. Get some infrared images as well. You know, let's get some. Look deeper. Let's look beyond the visible light. You know, I think that'd be fun. That'd be good. I mean, if we could con Elon and Celestron, I don't know, pick a camera company and filter company, and then get them to ship us up a few Rosses into orbit. Exactly. Like, you know, what does it hurt to ask? let's just tweet to Elon. Hello, Elon. Can I get a grant for astronomy, please? Thank you. Imagine that worked. Imagine that worked. Just a little tweet like that. He's like, okay, here you go. You'll sleep with Elon. It's not below you. Well, I mean, if enough of us asked, maybe. Do we organize a group effort to ask Elon Musk for a grant? And maybe specifically use that word grant, that it is for science, it is for the to satiate our curiosity of the universe. Randy, what's going on? How are you? Greetings, you star-crazed Canuck. How are you doing, Randy? Good to see you in here again. How have you been? It's been a while. Good to see you here tonight. Good, though your wallet is sore. Oh, what'd you do? What'd you get? What has made your wallet weep? With Hubble, is it a fuel issue? What is the deal with Hubble? Is it fuel? Is it just the fact that this observatory has ran much longer than it order the Hasbro Ghostbusters Proton Pack and Wand? Like a larger version of those? Like way larger? They got a webcam backup and a spectrograph backup. Randy, I have seen them. They look awesome. However, I don't. There are certain things I will happily part money with. Not that I wouldn't, but Adam Savage may have twisted your arm on it. I mean, I don't know how well you can see him. He's a little out of focus. Grimlock. Transformers now are the Transformers that I wanted as a kid. So yes, when oddly you can write it off as a photo shoot props, go for it. Oh, you got the gray and the blue. It's one of those things like the Transformers as a kid were so like one or like very two-dimensional, you know. But now things like that, things like everything that Hasbro's doing, like the helmets for Star Wars and all the really cool things that we didn't have as kids. Now we're looking to get them now. And there are so many more things that I've seen online. It's like, yeah, I'd like that. No, if I buy that, then I'm not going to have the budget for this telescope. And I think it's safe to say we're around the same age, judging by the fact that you're geeking out so hard about the proton pack. And I remember as a kid with the real Ghostbusters, they had the little proton pack with the foam proton blaster. And you'll be 40 next year. Yep. I was 40 last year. So do we just become best friends? So yeah, to get the other one that shot the foam pucks and like the ghost trap with the everything. Oh, jeez. And then you go to find them on eBay and people want like a mint for them. We need Starship to work and get cleared for launch. Time to bring Hubble home and put it in a museum or update and fix it and send it back up. Wait, your cat or mine? Are you listening? Pretty sure one of the cats probably threw up too. Yeah, no worries. We're here. We're here for a little while longer. We're here for a while. But that'd be cool. Imagine they can bring it back. And even if they don't, maybe not even fix it, but just have like Hubble 2 Electric Boogaloo, and they put some new cameras up there, and still have the optical telescopes. Cat, speaking of, did you? Yes, I heard about that. The internet is such a weird and wild, unbridled place that news like that gets around so fast. When before, you would almost have to wait to read that in like the National Enquirer after someone had sent a letter or a fax about a story, and then they have to work on the layout and printing and then get it out, and then it's like weeks later. Now you barely an hour goes by and you have breaking news. Like not even an hour, like you get like minutes and there's news spread across the world. Much like a woman trying to breastfeed a cat. I think it was on Imager I saw the link to that. Last service mission to Hubble, a grapple point on Hubble for that very reason, to capture and deorbit it. It was a hairless cat. Today we can stand in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of nowhere and broadcast. I would like to know what kind of signal you're getting in the middle of a cornfield. Because I gotta say, I've had a hell of a time getting connection here. Yes, I'll bring it back to my crummy internet every chance I get. It's crazy. But yeah, the fact that you can be pretty much anywhere in the world, and you can have some sort of connection and make your voice heard everywhere, all around the world, even if it is just chatting nonsense about astronomy, and also the fact that you want to buy a Ghostbusters proton pack. And just every other little bit of childhood nostalgia that tickles your fancy. Now, I'm a fan of masks, much like how I have that affection for the Scout Trooper and goaltenders. And I do play goalie as well when I'm a little more confident to get back on the ice in terms of being in groups like that. But and the Stormtroopers. Masks and helmets, I don't know if it's some sort of weird metaphor of some sort, but they've always fascinated me. I've always loved the characters that have masks, like Doctor Doom. You can never see their true face. You never know what it is and what's lurking behind there. The Immortals in 300, those masks were really cool. I remember that there was like some prop replicas that you could buy a while back. And then I think I saw some on eBay recently, and it's not the same. I don't know if it was actually just like a cheap plastic, like the crinkly old Halloween mask plastic with just like silver paint on it. And then I would have been like supremely disappointed if I actually bought that one. But also recently there's I don't know if it's from NECA or Nickelodeon or something like that, for Casey Jones from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. His hockey mask. Something like that. I don't think it's incredibly expensive, but it's just one of those little callbacks of childhood that I enjoy. That like masks of my childhood. Even the mask from The Mask, the Loki mask, is I've seen a few people on Etsy who have made some decent copies, decent replicas of that. But then it's also, I always wonder about that, buying certain masks. There's quite a few on Etsy that have like decent work, and the price seems right. I just don't know if the quality is there. That's always always interesting there. All right, so I'm also noticing with the Astrobot some emote names that are changed, or that have changed, just because we have updated a few of our new emotes for Christmas. Where is my menu that can change that text in there? And timers, yes. Which one's that? That's the printer. There we go. Save that. Let me edit. So yes, for our Christmas emotes, we've changed a few of those. Some of them were themed for Movember, which have changed to be our more Christmas theme. And then once we come to the new year, maybe we'll throw some new emotes in there. Just make sure we got
By the power of
all those
Grayskull,
updated.
I have the mustache.
Hello, Thomas. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing tonight? Wait, this was more of a Viking type voice with this one. How is your evening going? Good, excellent. Wonderful to have you in here. We're having a good Friday evening. Wonderful to see everybody. So good to see so many people in here. Always wonderful to have you guys in here tonight. But hope your week has gone well and rolling into the weekend. You got some clear skies, because I got to tell you, we are fresh out of clear skies right now. Where the stars, they're way behind all these clouds. Now here's a bit of an example of what's how dark our area is. Now just down here to the middle right, you can see a tiny bit of trees. A tiny bit of the trees there. And that's like the minuscule ounce of light pollution that we see. And that hides out down by the trees. So we don't even get that when we're shooting images. But there's no street lights around me. So when all the lights are out, the backyard is incredibly dark. It's spooky too. But we have had some clear nights here. We have had some clear nights. So we have imaged the Orion Nebula. Why do I keep saying Andromeda for this one? We have imaged the Orion Nebula and the Running Man Nebula. And this is about, I believe this is about like 25, 35 minutes of exposures that have been stacked up. You haven't shot the stars in a while. That's the same thing here. You know, this whole topic tonight is largely based on the fact that I've been clouded out for the better part of 3 weeks now, and it's just ridiculous. We have some good images to look back on. It's the what do you got for the links? You have some images, past images there, or what do you got? Is it a way to get rid of clouds? That's North Bay in your backyard. Ooh, very nice. I've been in North Bay a couple of times. Wonderful. Wonderful there. So yeah, it's I can get that, but when I have clouds. Now, how is this a single exposure, or how long is this one? Oh, all right, like that. I mean, it looks wonderful. You get 15 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it's now this wasn't a fantastic process. It was just from just some quick and dirty thing. 15 seconds with 3 photos, different apps. Yeah, like there's very little done with this. However, it is like when you're walking outside and you can see the Milky Way. Take a look at the Milky Way without any dark sky adapted eyes. You know, it's always fantastic to capture some of those images. We are just like, this is our forecast. It's frustrating right now. Now it looks like somehow we have an hour of clear skies just appearing out of nowhere. Actually, here's a better look. This is the area that I'm in. And there's just this constant band of clouds over top. And it just comes roaring in from the west. Like it's like a tiny little bit of clear skies. And even then, that's not even that clear. I need to get cameras set up in another country. Wonder if someone has rent-a-cam or something. There are, I know, with on the website Slew, but I think they're all behind paywalls now. On slew.com, you could borrow time on telescopes. So you get $100 per year. I do remember you could have watched some of the telescopes on here capture the images, but they put pretty much everything behind a paywall, or at least signing up for a free trial. But I think you got like telescope.com, I believe, has scopes you can rent out. I have to check. I am a member of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and I gotta double check because I think there are telescopes that you can rent with them, which I need to check out, because especially if we have instances like this, if we can have time on a scope and collect those images and work on that data and have that available, then we can do a little more with astronomy and kind of keep things going, especially when we have all these clouds, which is, I'm hoping later on in December that we're going to have some clearer skies, and we can do some decent imaging and check out some other targets, because I also want to add some more time to our Christmas tree cluster, because we have the narrowband data, but I would like to get some broadband data on this target and really bring out some of the natural star color, get rid of some of these blues, some of these cyan stars, because it's not as accurate. But a lot of the red for the hydrogen alpha signal is about as accurate as you're going to get for everything out in space, because that, while it doesn't have, you're not going to see a whole lot of color with your own eyes, it does sit in that 650 nanometer wavelength in the electromagnetic spectrum, in the visible end of the spectrum, which is primarily going to be in the red. There isn't a lot of green, and you're going to get more in that range. You're going to get a lot more of light pollution in those ends of or the artificial light. Check out that asteroid that might be hitting Earth. Which one's that? There's quite a few. No, I haven't heard of anything as of late. You have links on that at all? So I know there was always that worry of asteroid Apophis making a collision with the Earth in, was it 2032 or something like that? But that has, with this trajectory, apparently has been calculated to not land on our little rock. I just seen it on Google today. What have we got here? Asteroid. What do we got? Let's see. New York Post, USA Today. Your dad's got a cool asteroid rock. He's got it. Check it out. They don't know what type of rock it is. Is it Is it something that he had found or picked up from somebody else who had been collecting asteroids? JPL. Let's go to NASA. View the next 5 closest approaches. What do we got? 52 feet, closest approach, 470,000. 756. My goodness. Super light magnetic, found in a cornfield. Really cool. That's interesting. That's tremendous. All right. Tomorrow. $192,000 miles, 14 feet wide. This next 5 approaches. Concerning asteroid will break into Earth's orbit in a week. Let's see. But see. I want to find out. Okay, New York Post. Who is? They say NASA. A potentially hazardous. They come within 4.6 million miles of Earth. That's still, I mean, astronomically, that's close, but that's still outside the moon's orbit. It's when we got the ones that kind of pass in between Earth and moon orbit that we don't even see, and they don't get detected until afterward. Those are the ones that end up being a lot more concerning. "5 days ago, Eiffel side." Oh, is this the same one? Yeah, it's weird we haven't seen one hit the moon in a while. Well, there was the one that impacted the moon while we were watching the lunar eclipse a few years back. Was kind of cool, and especially that was widely documented. I remember seeing the moon with a ring around it a while back during that crazy blackout. Like the halo, you could see like the moon itself, and then you see the halo around the outside. So that would be as the moon is, you get the light from the sun light reflecting off the moon and coming, reflecting onto the Earth, and it's being refracted. And you're seeing like the light hitting some of the water vapor in the air, in the atmosphere, if you have like a high humidity level, and you kind of get that bigger, that larger halo around the moon. When there is very little water vapor in the atmosphere, you're gonna get more of a clear night. You get better seeing. As it looked like moon dust. Now sometimes you can see. No, I was going to compare it to a sundog. That's totally different. Sundog is when you see like the halo of the moon, but with two other points of light on either side, and that's again from the angle of the sun and the refraction, which it causes the light to bend around the atmosphere. But oh yeah, when you see the halo around the moon, you're mostly having a lot of high humidity in the area, so it's just reflecting off of the moisture, off the water in the air. Same thing as you're looking at a rainbow. Depending on where you are situated behind the sun, if you're in an airplane, you're going to see like a ring of a rainbow for the light being refracted behind you, and then out ahead. Because pretty much like every rainbow isn't really an arch; it is a circle, and it just really depends on where you're situated. If you're going to see just that arch, or if you get like that whole ring of a rainbow. Let's see an example of that there. There you go. Was it like that? Nope. Like that. Something different, eh? It was just a more defined ring. If there's another image that you have, or a better example that you might be thinking of there, then yeah. In the 2010 blackout. Subnetwork, how's it going? How are you doing? Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. The move went well. The move went very well. You know, it's wonderful to have you in here. Good to see you again. We're pretty much all settled in right now. Our skies are well, a little unfortunate right now because we have some terrible weather and a fair bit of clouds, which is unfortunate. The goat sacrifice didn't go well. Hello there, DFWJY. How are you? You don't know what astronomy is. Can you give me a brief summary of what it means?
Don't say that word.
When we were studying astronomy, we were studying the sun, moon, stars, outer space. We were studying what is beyond our little rock. And what we like to do here is we like to take interesting images of outer space, talk about what we're looking at, much like the Christmas tree cluster. And the Cone Nebula. This is a larger nebulous area in the constellation of Monoceros, which is, the asterism of the stars, which looks like a Christmas tree. We're doing a special stream for the James Webb. Yes, we are. We're going to be monitor. We're gonna watch that launch. We're gonna start bright and early, possibly 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The sky makes you feel sad because it's so far away. How does the sky make you feel? Well, it's sorry to hear that it brings you this feeling of sorrow to realize that everything is just so far away that you can't reach it. However, be glad that we're in a time, we're in this golden age of astronomy where we have these tools to look up at the night sky and realize and know what it is that we're looking at. And that while we can't reach these areas, we have a greater knowledge and understanding of where we are in the universe than we did generations ago. 100 years ago, people didn't know the existence of the Andromeda galaxy. It was the Andromeda Nebula. It wasn't labeled as a galaxy. But now that we know that this island of stars is another galaxy just like ours, 2.5 million light years away, and that there are countless exoplanets out there, and that maybe are we that specific? Maybe we're alone, maybe we're not. But perhaps it's that uncertainty that keeps us going and wanting to learn more and understand what it is that we're seeing. And we're looking back in time, so we can't see anything as it is right away. It makes me want to know more. It makes me want to, that being said, it does give me a little bit of an existential crisis sometimes, thinking about the distance. But again, it's also the wonderment of seeing another galaxy, not let alone just the stars in our own galaxy, in our own little neighborhood, but seeing these larger islands beyond our galaxy. And you go out far enough with the telescope, you go out far enough in space engine, and you start seeing points of light that are actually galaxies of billions and trillions of stars unto themselves. It makes me, while I feel small, I feel comforted in knowing that I want to, and others like me, want to know more about what we're looking at. And you can form these groups, these communities, and get together and talk about it. And yeah, maybe we'll have more conversations about how much the clouds are annoying. And when we have no other means at the moment of getting some images of outer space, we have a lot of other people in here that do take images and have clearer skies in their areas, and maybe they'll share some images. We have data available that I've taken and that I do share on our Discord. What's the best photo you have of the moon? That right there. It's been a while since I've taken the time to photograph the moon. I gotta say, it's been my nemesis more often than not. I guess it's where's my Now, it's not so much high res. Actually, this is only 1080 by 1080. But that's one of our single shots of the moon. Which is, yeah, it's about 3,000. The full resolution is 3,000 by 3,000 pixels. And then I'd probably say the next best image of the moon is hiding down. There we go. Is it so much so that I do have this poster that I actually have to get this back up on our Etsy page, because it's been I had taken it down because the printer that I had, well, I've moved away from the UK, so now I need to find another printer here in Canada. But that is that's my favorite daytime moon. That's one of my favorite daytime moons. There is no full moon image that I've taken that I like. It's always interesting to see the Terminator. How is it possible that our moon is a perfect match for the size of our sun during eclipses? Totally by chance. Is there some sort of physics law that causes this to occur? There is not. The sun and moon are at such a distance for where we are that we can have a total solar eclipse. The moon is slowly moving away from our Earth, and in a few 100,000 years, eventually there will not be any total solar eclipses because the moon is going to be too far away from Earth to block our view of the sun. There isn't any other moon and planet combination in our solar system that has a total solar eclipse. We are extremely lucky to be experiencing this. We're also extremely lucky to see Saturn with its rings. Eventually, the ring system of Saturn is going to be absorbed into the planet, and Saturn will just be a gas giant without a discernible visible ring system. That being said, Mars will eventually gain a ring system, as one of its moons, Phobos, is going to be broken up by the gravitational forces of the planet. So in a time, Mars will have a ring planet, or will be a ringed planet. Jupiter has a ring system, very faint. It's very, very faint. We don't get to see it that well. Uranus's ring system, same deal. So yeah, we're in this golden age of astronomy where we're able to capture these images and know what it is what we're looking at. This book here, Stonehenge Decoded, I don't know where that book went. I don't know where that book is. If the Big Bang happened from matter blowing up, wouldn't all the planets all be spinning in the same way? You think there are going left and there's some spinning right. Weird to think about that. Another thing to think about with the Big Bang, that it wasn't more of a explosion. Like there wasn't like a anything like that. It was the expansion of matter, and while it has been traced back to the 13.5 billion years ago, that there's more to think about rather than what was the singularity of an event. It's odd that we can see something so specific in time, and yet not only the specific spectacle that exists, so in comparison, it's nearly impossible to evaluate our position in fortune. It is. I think we're extremely lucky to be in this time frame where we are understanding what's out there. That these are stars, and there isn't more of a supernatural story to them. There are the stories that have been passed through time, but knowing that the Pleiades isn't a group of 7 sisters that ascended from the earth into the sky and were running away from Taurus or from Orion, that these are stars. This is an open cluster passing through interstellar gas clouds that are reflecting off of them that we're able to see. That we've moved past the stories and the wonderment of what it is to the knowledge of what's out there. Now I also keep going back to this has been a bit of the image of the evening. Now we have imaged the Crab Nebula, where there is a pulsar that is a very dense neutron star in the center of this supernova that is rotating rotating 714 times per second. It's making 714 revolutions each second. Now we've frozen this in time. This is only 45 minutes worth of images stacked on top of each other and edited to bring out the color and the details. But when you look at a target in space long enough, and it's looking at it long enough there, you can actually see what's moving out in space. That it is not a static body. It's one way to be a super frothy milkshake for sure. You know, there's more to see out there, and there is movement. You look out there long enough, you spend enough time on an object, you spend 10 years on the Crab Nebula. You know, you get the details, you get the movement, you can see the rotation of the pulsar. So while we figure that there's this permanence to everything out in space, something like the pillars of creation, perhaps in the Eagle Nebula. Let me find our pillars here. Everything boils down to what a man thought. Well, it's that curiosity that drives us to find out more information, to find out what it is we're looking at. So when we look at the pillars of creation, the funny thing is how it is a misnomer, because these pillars are actually the destruction of the clouds of gas and dust in this stellar nursery. Like, these are the cooling filaments from the stellar radiation being created by these stars, and eventually not eventually, because this is 6,400 light years away. We're seeing this as it was, wait, hold on a second. The Crab Nebula is 6,400 light years away. I think the Eagle is 6,400 years away. Anyway, that these don't exist. If you're to match up the time with where we are now, that these knots of dust possibly are coalescing into their own stars. Pillars of Destruction sounds like an 80s metal band. Do you know or anything new that's coming out for camera or telescope? I think a great deal of new telescope or camera equipment has been pushed back, unfortunately, because like all the shortages of electronics and semiconductors, that there hasn't been a huge push for new cameras. I would imagine in the next year or two, we'll maybe start to see some more new cameras being pushed out by ZWO and even Altair Astra. I'd like to see some cool new scopes. I know that Oceanside Photo and Telescope have the Radiant Raptor, and there's a little bit of a larger Radiant refractor telescope coming out. What's going on, Baba Zelnik? How are you? You forgot I was on. I'm right here. Pardon me. We are here every Friday night, every Saturday evening. And tomorrow night is, we usually have our rainy day astronomy session, where we will do some image processing, but also I think we're going to start mixing in a little bit of Elite Dangerous, because last Saturday I was going to try to get that play the game. It didn't work out too well. Tuesday I tried it again. It worked out great, and it seems like it's a game that you really get into. That there is a depth to this, and especially the fact that you can tour the whole galaxy in Elite Dangerous. Dad just reminded you. But he was in earlier. Pops was hanging around a little earlier. Good to see him in there. Glad to see you popping on in for a little bit there. like I say, yeah, tomorrow night we'll be doing a little bit of Elite Dangerous later on, and I'll check there. I think there is some data on the ASI Air that I need to get out of there. So this was the first little Raspberry Pi box that we were imaging with. Similar, very similar setup with the inputs. And he's still here. It's going on, Pops. And the only difference now is that the latest version has more 12-volt DC outputs, as well as a much larger antenna and on-off button. So there was a huge jump to the Plus from the original ASI Air. But I know there's still some imaging data on here that I need to download, because there are some images that I haven't done any processing on yet. It has feet. It does. You can hook it on. You can connect it to the telescope, so it'll sit in one of the little finder brackets, where usually you'll put like a smaller telescope. So this kind of keeps your cables even closer to the scope, and that way you don't have to worry about so many cables dangling around. And the whole idea of this is that it is a wireless system. Now, I keep it wired because my telescope is far away. It's very far away. The fact that you can't even see it right now. It's on the deck, way over there to the left. But it's there's just very little. You wonder how it's possible, how which is possible. So yeah, it is a wireless. It is meant to be a wireless system. However, if I connect it through my network, through the Ethernet connection, then I can control it easily with the computer that we're working on right now. And that's where we're getting a lot of these images from, is while we're sharing that. And I gotta say, the red one, the ASIR Plus, we're able to do live stacking on here. So we're able to get some very interesting images that usually we won't get this much detail. However, if we can stack up single exposures multiple times, we can get a wide field view of the Bubble Nebula, which also has the Lobster Claw Nebula and the Northern Trifid Nebula. It's funny how I like watching people stream or space and stars, and then some people streaming with microscopes watch their water bears moving around. From the macro to the micro, there's incredible worlds beyond our terrestrial lives. And I think it is amazing watching water bears. And even there's some other streamers. There's Diatom's Attack, who uses a scanning electron microscope to look at very, 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 very tiny microorganisms. So while we're looking out at space, and it's also really, really amazing to look down deeper into our lives here on Earth. It's impossible to understand what someone knows, but somehow we all communicate to each other. And that is our evolutionary advantage, that we're able to communicate, record, and pass on these informations. Look at all those space bears and space balls. This is still like eyeballs, a gaping maw. It looks more like a mummy. It looks like, hang on. I gotta find this one. Because this is what the Bubble Nebula reminds me of. The Madball's mummy. Now, we were talking about childhood toys earlier. These are some serious childhood toys. And that's what I think about whenever I see the Bubble Nebula. You remember those, eh? But no, it is. Hello. But no, that is the everything. That's what I always think about whenever I'm looking at the Bubble Nebula. Now, the way what we're seeing right now, this channel point redeem that I've developed, that I've made, because when you get a color image that comes through your camera and it's in a FITS file, it hasn't been debayered, where the pixels aren't completely aligned, because it is. Let me get the image of the Bayer matrix. This is a small section of a camera sensor. And for a color camera, these 4 pixel sensors, these 4 these color sensors, only picks up red light, only picks up the photons emitting in the red end of the visible spectrum. Green, blue. There's more green because pretty much the vast majority of the CMOS cameras are terrestrial cameras. And Arnold BSD, what's going on, Arnold? How are you? There's more green on Earth in our little bubble than there is pretty much every other color, and that's where you're going to get stronger colors, stronger signals in the green. Whereas with astrophotography, basically the stronger colors are going to be in the reds and the blues. Red being hydrogen and alpha, with hydrogen being the most abundant element in the universe. Unfortunately, with a color camera, you lose. You only have a quarter of the information coming in there. So if you're doing like a monochrome image, if you're just looking at, you don't have a color Bayer matrix in front of the sensor, you're getting a monochrome image, and every little bit of light is registered on each area of the sensor. Whereas if a red photon hits the green sensor, it doesn't get through, it doesn't get recorded, it's just thrown out, and it's interpolated through when the image is stitched together as all the colors melding together. When you have an image that needs to be debayered, you're basically looking at the image where everything where all the pixels haven't been properly aligned to make that color image. So everything turns out black and white, and the black spaces are essentially like a superpixel, which is where all the information is then stitched together to make it a full color image. So that is a brief, little bit of information on what it means to need to debayer. What are your thoughts on Iota Centauri? I gotta say, I don't have any thoughts on on Iota Centauri. What's it? Is it doing anything at the moment? Oh, were we setting it? We setting me up for something? Did I miss out on something there for you? Oh, if I want to know anything about that star, I'm looking. I'm checking this out right now. Now this is if it's in Centaurus, it's more a southern constellation, which I do not get. Yeah, it's mostly in the. It is a southern hemisphere target. Fortunately, well, not unfortunately. I am in the northern hemisphere, so we don't. Now, with it being that close to the Southern Cross and Carina, unfortunately, we don't get in my latitude. I am. Holy potatoes, Thomas! Oh my goodness! Thank you very much. Oh my goodness, Thomas, thank you so much. Oh my good, wow. DFWJY, also welcome into the observatory. Is there any other name you'd like me to refer to you as, or are you cool with DFW? Randy, you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you? Oh my goodness, thank you. Cat puked on a DFW. Where's we? All right, cool. Cat puked on a TV. Ugh, so you had to clean it up and open the TV and clean. Oh my goodness. Cats never pick. Cats will seek out. They will seek out a place. That is the wrong place to puke. They never throw up on like a hard surface. Get a dog. I found dogs puke too. Okay, the word. All right, I'm gonna share. I'm probably gonna overshare. We have cats. We live out in the country. Cats like to catch the mice in the field, and the shrews and the chipmunks and the raccoons and bring them in. But there was a time when one of the cats, she ate her food too quick, but she had also snacked on a mouse before. Unfortunately, none of that agreed with her. And I had to clean up bits of cat food and a mouse nose. And it's just, you picked now to throw up in front of me. So naturally, I cleaned it up. Typically yours go on the tile floor. So that's good. That's fine. Rarely on the rug. Yeah, this was on a rug too. Yes. All right, old balls pops, have a good sleep. Have a good snooze. We'll catch up with you later in the week. Yeah, rest up and we'll speak with you soon. Someone's got to do the job, exactly right. But it was of all the times. Usually, you kind of get the cats will throw up a little bit of just a little bit of that. That's it. No, this was like she went for the gusto with this one. Oh, goodness. It's like they know. They know. I didn't know that the constellations you see were limited to where you are on Earth. Now there are some constellations that do pass between the northern and southern hemisphere, and I like to. I really, this is about, we're talking about Orion. This is not Orion. This is the Bubble Nebula. This is primarily a northern hemisphere target. I thought if you just waited, they would all appear throughout the year. Now you do get a large. There are times when we have the Milky Way passing overhead, and then there are other times when the Milky Way sits low on the horizon, and that's usually in the spring and summer. That's called galaxy season, and we are not impeded by our own galaxy, all the gas and dust, which brings us these beautiful targets. When we're looking out into interstellar space, that's when we have a clearer view of galaxies that aren't obstructed by the spiral arms of our own galaxy. So that's where you really do notice the changes in targets that you shoot. But unfortunately, there are a lot of beautiful targets that we don't get in the southern hemisphere, or in the northern hemisphere, that those in the southern hemisphere get. Now, because Earth's axis is on a tilt and it doesn't completely rotate, like perfectly on the axis, it will still wobble a bit. The pole star does change, and that's about every 12,000 years you're going to get a new pole star. So the bright star Vega in the constellation of Lyra will eventually be our northern star. It will be the North Star, whereas right now it's Polaris. But even that isn't centered on the pole. It's just kind of outside of the pole. So as we're rotating around, we get to see different targets. Poggy Man, what's going on? How are you doing, Jan, Khan, all the pronunciations. But yes, part of the Orion constellation, the Orion Nebula, that's shared between the northern and southern hemispheres, and I like to think that's like the main constellation that connects us. That everybody gets their own shot at this nebula. Some might sit a little lower on the horizon, just depending on where you are on Earth. But it's nice to know that we get this shared constellation, these shared targets. What is the most enhanced photo of this nebula? Ooh, the most enhanced photo of this. It would not be one of mine. Possibly, I would want to say. I want to say it may be Rogelio Bernal Andreo, who's also known as Deep Sky Colors on Instagram. I'm just going to pull up his Instagram because Rogelio does some, this is like beyond next level astrophotography. Like he puts everything and more into his images. Like here, I'll show you this one. Here is our 30-minute image of the Andromeda Galaxy. There's actually no processing on this. Do you only study stars that are in your hemisphere? Largely, it's more so that I take the photos of our targets in the northern hemisphere. I would love to spend some time in the southern hemisphere in Australia for a while and really get to know the stars and nebulae down there. But something like this of our 30-minute version of the Andromeda Galaxy, and then when you have someone like Rogelio, I mean, it's like combining many different wavelengths and many different filters to bring out the details. I wish we could be alive when Vega becomes our pole star, then we can get some southern targets. I know, right? Is it just a question of having access to expensive equipment? No. Sometimes it can be a workaround if you have some of the more expensive equipment to better process the light being acquired from the photons being acquired from outer space. But if you put in the time for certain targets, then you're improving that signal to noise ratio. The more time you can spend on a target and properly gathering the data, it sometimes you can eliminate the expensive equipment. However, aperture is going to be your best friend for astrophotography. The larger lens you can afford to use, the more light you're going to be able to gather. Now, in the case of Rogelio, he does use a couple of telescopes to capture these images and process them, but he does phenomenal work. To capture, to make familiar areas of the night sky look almost unrecognizable is fantastic. So when he is looking at the, we have imaged Bode's Nebula in the Cigar Galaxy before. That was a Takahashi 106 used on Andromeda. That's tremendous. All right, Ma, have a good night. Have a good night, Ma. Appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, when we've imaged this section of the night sky before, but when you're adding in the integrated flux nebula, it's just realizing how much, when you're looking in our galaxy, there is gas and dust that is only going to present itself when you put in more time on your target and the processing techniques that you do. So yeah, the more time you can put in on a target, money can help. I would say like this is about 10 hours on a target. The whole scope telescope camera setup has been accumulated over the past, like 3 years of getting all this equipment. You're looking at maybe about just south of south of $4,000. But that's kind of it's been accumulated over the years. There are some people who will just that's boom, that's your instant budget. That's your equipment right away. But then if you go into Third Rock was just saying there with if you're using a monochrome camera, then those cameras are going to be a lot more efficient than a one-shot color camera, because you do need to put more time with a one-shot color because you're cutting out so much of the data when you're looking at the you're looking at the Bayer matrix. Monochrome camera, every photon that hits that sensor is registered. A color camera, you could have a green wavelength of light hit the red and it doesn't get registered. So you're losing 50% of your image. You're looking to catch a red photon, you're losing 75% of your image. So you have to take more images and gather more of that signal. Monochrome, it's all registered. You can save some time on there. It's going to cost more money. Now, originally when I started, I thought that monochrome was going to be cheaper than color. And I was way wrong. You need to get you need to get more filters for monochrome, so you can actually, at least you don't want to get like, it'd be good to have 3 filters for monochrome, so you can actually work in the red, green, and blue of separate, catching separate wavelengths of light to get more detail. You could try to fudge it by using just red and using red and green, or red and blue. We always want to try to at least capture that red wavelength where you're going to get more of the hydrogen alpha signal coming through. So yes, spending 10 hours, that's not the longest I've spent on a target before, but it definitely does help. Now, sometimes, depending on your low light pollution, you can do 16 minutes and still come up with something fairly decent. Now, there's only so far you can make that. I could stretch this image before it just started falling apart, and there was more noise being amplified than anything. But it is just one of those targets. It's just one of those areas in the night sky that lent itself well to doing a 16-minute exposure. I don't always recommend it because I don't always get pinpoint stars. Sometimes I will say it is down to like your sky conditions and just the way how I've worked on the balance. You want to do 8 filters: luminance, red, blue, green, hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, sulfur 2. Hawaii is a good place for astrophotography. It's the higher your altitude, the more arid conditions you can have, the cooler conditions you can have, is going to benefit the camera and your seeing conditions and sorry, nitrogen 3. I did not see that. Nitrogen 3, eh? I did not see that one there. Sorry. Yeah, it largely comes down to the area that you're in, how much light pollution there is, how much moisture there is on average in your skies. Yes, get away from any of the high light polluted areas. How long was yeah, we got 11 hours on the Whirlpool Galaxy. And again, with a one-shot color camera, galaxies can be tough because they're far away and they're dim. They're not as bright as the nebulae, as the emission nebula within our own galaxy. So, you know, that always proves difficult. But the more time you can spend on a target, the more time you can start to see some of even the fainter details out there. Some of the galaxies that are even farther away, hundreds of millions of light years away, rather than maybe like 23 million light years away. Andromeda Galaxy is our nearest galactic neighbor, which is this one right here, 2.5 million light years away, and about commensurate size to our galaxy. We are gravitationally bound, so this is our nearest galactic neighbor. And also, I don't know where it is quickly offhand, there's another one, M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. That is another one that is close by, which I can bring this up in I'll show you in Stellarium. So there is that is the Triangulum Galaxy, M33. A little bit of a smaller galaxy, but still gravitationally bound. This one is again about another 2.5 million light years, about 2.7 million light years away, and only 700,000 light years away from Andromeda. So the three of us are gravitationally bound, and in a few billion years, 3 galaxies will be getting together. You want to go up to Mauna Kea to image, but here you need to take oxygen with you. Well, I mean, it's not too bad. This software, this is called Stellarium. It is a free, it's a free program. You can punch in your coordinates of where you are on the globe, and it'll show you the night sky available to you. And you know, I'll use this to plan my imaging sessions so that we have a rough idea of what targets we're looking for. And you can tinker with all sorts of settings. You can, if you're, you know, if we're imaging the Andromeda galaxy, you can pick your telescope, any adjustments, any changes that you have there. So this red box is our sensor size. So when we are looking at the Andromeda galaxy, you know, it roughly fits within that frame there. Third Rock, thank you for the link. Also, actually, Third Rock, if you are cool with this, I would like to bestow you with this, because there is, well, I appreciate your assistance there. So yeah, that's it's great software. It's even just fun to kind of look around what we can see. You can change your settings so you can, you know, you have different targets that are what brightness is available. And you can see if you turn on your atmosphere, just kind of, it'll simulate how much light pollution is in your area. And yeah, definitely that price is, it's free. It's fantastic software. You know, this is, nope. So we were looking at the Bubble Nebula earlier. So there's plenty of targets available, and we were looking at the Bubble Nebula. So yes, you can put in a little more time on here, and you'll get more detail. At least with Stellarium, it'll give you a very approximate idea of what it is you're going to be imaging, or what it is you can see with, you know, if you have a pair of binoculars, kind of adjust that field of view, and it just helps you learn the night sky, become more familiar with what it is that you're looking at. And yeah, you know, it is really just, I also enjoy just kind of tooting around the galaxy and seeing what's available. And especially when, you know, we can't see into our southern targets, you know, just kind of looking at what we have, what we're missing out on there. Have you seen the imbalance yin-yang in the bubble? Are you installing it now? Excellent. Awesome. Yeah, that's fabulous. The unbalanced yin-yang. Between there and there. See, I still see the mad ball. I still see the mad ball, mummy. But now I won't unsee that as well. But I still see those mad balls. Mad balls. It's like the Trinity knot in the Eastern Veil Nebula. Yeah, you shared that one as well. I love finding like the smaller, like the less obvious images, less obvious pareidolia in some of these targets. That's always cool. Now, hopefully, I mean, we got, like I said, we have like a tiny bit of clear skies that is supposed to be happening like right now. But that's not the case, unfortunately, which is annoying. You know, it's we're hoping to capture some decent images tonight, but that's, well, that was, it pretty much wasn't even on the table, unfortunately, because we're so overloaded with clouds right now. But it gives us some time. I saw one image of the Pleiades and reminded you of a human brain in the top of the spinal part of the time. I can speak languages. Brain, spinal cord. Now, I had somewhere I have a tattoo design that I did in Illustrator. Again, one of those things, like I was talking about earlier, with just the ideas that kind of pop into my brain, and I want to get out onto paper, as it were. And there was a tattoo design for the Pleiades that I need to find it again, so I can actually decide, do I still like that? Is that something that I would like to indelibly mark on my body somewhere? I have to find it again to see, because there was this idea earlier, as well as this version of not so much a new logo, but a more just kind of something else to throw on a sticker or a mug. You want a full life-size tattoo of the Milky Way. Yeah, just like the tattoo idea, the stickers and the T-shirt ideas. That whether or not if anybody does purchase any of these, I did make an order, and my desk mat is on the way. So soon, hopefully, if it actually does look nice, this wooden surface will be soft and hopefully a little more tactile for doing our Lego builds as well. So we'll see how that looks. I'll let you guys know what the quality is on that. T-shirts haven't been dispatched yet. So where are we going with this? No. We'll have a less clacky surface to work with, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. Funny enough, I haven't actually ordered any of my own stickers. I don't know where I would stick them. I wouldn't want to put them on the telescope. I feel I would, as small as they are, maybe I'm thinking that's an imbalance, but that is the latest design that I have come up with, kind of drawing inspiration from NASA and the Canadian Space Agency to make an Astro Space Agency centric design. So, and it's funny. I did my order of shirts just before the free shipping ended, and then this idea came up the next day, and like, of course. But I'm liking this. I wouldn't say this is going to replace any official logo for the brand anytime soon, but it may be a little more of a mascot there. So, kind of incorporating a little bit of the NASA vibe and the Canadian Space Agency, and then just throwing our maple leaf in there, the Astro Canuck maple leaf. So, nice. I like that. I like that vibe emote. That's kind of cool. I love when text emotes are easy. They're easy to read. They look nice as well. It's like, I'm kind of thinking some of my emotes, I'm like, I could probably do more with them. I think there's probably like 1 or 2 emotes in our collection that might get changed out in the new year. But for now, we got the some of the holiday centric emotes that had the mustaches from November, but now they're a little more Christmassy. More Christmassy this year. I don't know if they'll go any farther than that kind of design, but you know what? It's always good to whatever little ideas that are flying around in my brain, and utilizing my graphic design background. You know, put pen to paper, as it were, and just be able to offer different things, different ideas. Whether or not they go anywhere, you know, it's the fact that I'll test it out and see how things go. Maybe they're good, maybe they're bad. You know, it's, if I don't try it, then what do I accomplish, you know? So, and it's also nice to have like these ideas related to the stream coming around like a year later, rather than forcing certain things. I do like how organic some things have arrived on the stream, and I think actually probably what might be next is some kind of, I guess, a little bit of a goat centric, not so much of a look, something to do with a goat, because we have our mascot. Which is the goat that was in our backyard. Which was the previous owners, which we, you know, just didn't have the opportunity to keep around. But they last forever on a video clip. So tomorrow night, I'm gonna have a look, see what I can get off of the ASI Air. If there's any other images that we haven't, any other stacks of images we haven't worked on there. It does. It does. I think that one that should be the goat. Wait, why did they both fire? Oh, I see. No, wait. Enabled? No. What's the most far star ever photographed? Well, within our own galaxy, we're not going to get much farther than the width of our galaxy, or the farthest from us. There is, if you're looking out towards the center of our galaxy, that's more of the zone of avoidance, and you're really not going to see there's not a whole lot of surveys that occur close to the center of the galaxy, because there's such a high population of stars. We have imaged a star cluster known as the Intergalactic Wanderer, one of the farthest star clusters. It's about 300,000 light years away, and it takes about 3 billion years to make one orbit of our galaxy. The farthest galaxy that we have imaged was more by chance. Now, I don't know. I have to look through my images to see what we have and where because there's a large collection of images that we have shot, and I would actually have to probably get them off my other computer, because while we have, now I don't want to say it's this galaxy, but sometimes you'll see little faint smudgies, not so much of a nice round star, but you see like smudgy objects, and those are galaxies that are farther away. 3.7 billion light years away is one of the farthest galaxies we've captured on stream. I would need to check back on which target that was, but we've also had clusters of galaxies. Like, aside from, let's say, this star, these two stars, pretty much everything in this image is galaxies, not stars. And they're all about 403 to 450,000 light years away. Now, as far as what's been imaged by Hubble, you're going to get galaxies that are almost as old as the light coming from these galaxies that are almost as old as the universe itself. But we haven't the integration time to try to capture that light, or the sensitive enough equipment. But yeah, looking at this image, pretty much anything that is a strong, solid, white point of light is a star in our galaxy. Like, if it has a diffraction spike, like these ones, they're stars. Everything else, these tiny little fuzzy points, are galaxies themselves. So the new telescope in orbit will be even better than Hubble. It has a much larger surface area for gathering light. It does image in the near infrared, so it does capture images in a different wavelength than Hubble does. However, it will still have images to process and actually have something to look at when the data is properly processed. So that is about 6 months it's going to take for the initial science to start. However, in the first few weeks that there will be testing of the equipment. It's going to take time for all those individual little segments of the mirrors to be properly aligned to this mirror here. So they're all pointing right at it. So there's going to be individual images taken from like each segment, and then it's going to align. It is going to be one of the most nerve-wracking telescope launches in probably since Hubble, because when JWST goes out into that L2 Lagrange point, which is like these stable pockets of gravity around the Earth and Moon, that it can't be serviced. It's out there. It's doing its own thing. They're not going to be sending any missions out there to fix anything if something is missing or wrong, like how it was with Hubble. So this is, again, a very, very important mission for imaging, and to kind of usher in a new generation of space of telescopes, of observatories that are going to be placed beyond our terrestrial grounds and away from the moisture, the atmosphere on our planet that mucks around with the images. So you've seen some of the like telescope shots of like Chile, and you see like those little yellow lasers pointing out from the scope. That's for adaptive optics. So it is adjusting the mirror in like milliseconds to adjust for any of the movement in the atmosphere. Like if we take a live look at the moon, when we ever have any clear skies, you can see that you'll be able to see that the whole image is like wobbling and like bubbling almost, and that's our atmosphere mucking up with the optics. We don't have adaptive optics. Best we can do is take video and then take the best, sharpest images from that and then throw out all the bubbly bits. So yes, James Webb, very important. Very exciting to actually see this finally set to launch in less than 20 days. So yes, we will be having a special stream at a special time, and I'm going to need a lot of coffee that morning. Whether or not I get a decent sleep, financially, there's nothing riding on this for me.
Don't say that word.
But there is just the time invested in everything that we've been doing in astronomy, and just new information that can come in from this. Yes, yeah, they're in balance. Where Lagrange points are positions where in space where objects are sent there to stay put. At Lagrange points, the gravitational pull of two large masses precisely equals the centripetal force required for a small object to move them. And these points in space can be used by spacecraft to reduce the fuel consumption and needed to remain in position. Much like how everything used to be very stable with the JWST or the Voldemort scope. Because every time you mention its name, this launch gets pushed back by 20 minutes, and another $150,000 is added to the budget. And we just want to see this thing launch. Now, like I was saying, tomorrow I'm going to take a look at the data on the ASI Air to see if there's any other image stacks that we haven't downloaded. Well, you know what? I do have stacks on here. Actually, it should be of the Pleiades, which probably would be a good one to try out because I have all the FITS files saved. This is just the stack that came in through the ASI Air with no processing has been done to it to bring out any more details. The same thing can be said about the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Not this one. This is not the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. I believe there is possibly 35 to 50 minutes of data that can be worked on with this. So we have stuff to work on tomorrow. We'll also do a little bit of Elite Dangerous because I'm loving that game and I'd like to get back into it before I forget how everything works. So we'll do a little bit of that tomorrow, and then Sunday morning will be our Lazy Sunday Lego, and well, we'll see what that is going to be. I'll probably put out a teaser maybe tomorrow afternoon for what we're going to be building. If not, we will see you Sunday morning. But until then, we're going to send you guys off to someone wonderful tonight. It has been a fantastic evening. I appreciate you guys hanging around and spending time. And yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. We'll probably be starting around, I'll aim to start closer to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, Voodoo, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you in here. So yes, I'm really loving the Sunday Lego streams. Not only because I get to play with Lego, but it really closes out the week. So I've thoroughly enjoyed doing that. Here's what we're gonna do. I want to send you guys over to.
Yeah. So maybe you can do your points because you can give points out to your.
I want to send you guys over to. You're just exploring Twitch. Well, welcome in. Usually we're taking images of space. We're doing some images of space. However, we have all the cloud coverage, so it's unfortunate that we're not able to take the cover off the telescope and show you guys some incredible views of the cosmos. But whenever we have the scope open, I'll put the notifications will go out on Discord. They will also go out onto that's Instagram. Also go out onto Twitter. Whenever we are going to be going live with the telescope. Friday nights, dedicated to Astronomy Chat, talking about astrophotography and how much we hate clouds. But Saturdays, we'll do some image processing. Tomorrow night, there is quite a few images that we have to work on to try to bring out some more details and have a nice view of things. Sunday morning, we're going to be doing some Lego build. And let's give you guys a little bit of a taste of some Lego streams. I'm going to send you over to Prophet DNA. Prophet is a fantastic streamer, and as I've been kind of growing my friendships within the Lego communities, there's some fantastic people. And overall the Lego community is a wonderful group of people. You're on Discord. What are we doing here? Usually it's astrophotography. Or we'll do some image processing, playing a tiny bit of games, but it is mostly astronomy at the heart of everything. Sunday morning, we'll be back with our Lego build. But until then, I thank you guys for coming on in tonight, hanging out, spending some time. And, you know, it's the start of a new month, start of a new goal. Sawudu. Or is it Sawudo? Sawudu? I am fantastic at butchering names on Twitter or Twitch. But yes, until then, for those who are subscribed to the channel, that is our raid message. For those of you who are not subscribed, I got you covered. That is our message there. We're going to send you over to Prophet DNA. He is building the Home Alone Lego set, which is absolutely, it's a fantastic looking set. That thing sold out ridiculously quick. I guess my wallet does thank me for not purchasing that. So, yeah. Glad to have you guys in here. We'll be back tomorrow night about 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I thank you guys so much. Much appreciated to those who have resubscribed to the channel, those who spent some time, those who donated to the cause, or upgrading any telescope repairs, and just bringing in some new equipment to show you guys something really cool in the universe. So yes, we're going to go over to Prophet DNA. That is our raid message. One more time for you guys. Have a very good evening. I have been Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to cheat. I'm here to f up my exit. Have a very good evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow night. Take care.